Alrighty, welcome everyone to another Old Games on a Weekday. We're continuing the NetHack run. Yes, all or nothing. We're going victory or death here. As many streams as it takes. uh, Thank you for joining Mr. Eric Johnson and Mr. RJNC, also known as Ryan, and whoever else is here, if anybody. So this is part 11 of the run that is looking very promising, but I'm almost reluctant to say anything positive because NetHack will get you. Excuse me, that's what it does. To briefly recap where we were. By the way, having some lovely hot tea because it's so darn cold here in New York. It is as I've always mentioned, this room is poorly insulated. It's 30 degrees right now. It was actually worse like a day or two ago. We had a lot of snow 2 days ago as well. And we haven't actually had enough snow to like seriously warrant shoveling the driveway in like maybe 5 years. So this was the first time we had to do that. And maybe, I don't know, maybe a little bit less than that, 3 or 4 years perhaps. And I'm sure Ryan hasn't had that issue. He's over a different part of the land. All right. Yeah, to recap here, the level you see before you is known as the castle. Who knows whose castle it is or what it's doing here? 29 levels underground in a dungeon. How do you even build a castle like that? I don't know. But this is the castle level. It's not fully explored, as you can see on the screen. However, pretty much for all intents and purposes, I have beaten it. There's basically a huge horde of dragons and soldiers and all kinds of crazy things, all kinds of critters. And I pretty much got rid of all the tough ones by now. There might be some monsters that shouldn't be underestimated. General, I think there might be a few dragons still, but for my character, I mean, so I was not going to underestimate, but I think my character can handle them easily, actually. Right, what else? The interesting thing that happened at the very end of the game. Last time, I extended my my stream way past my bedtime. And the last thing I did was, in this very square that I'm in, I found a Wand of Wishing. It is always guaranteed to show up in one of the 4 corners. I guess they're kind of like towers of the castle. One of them always has the Wand of Wishing. The first one I tried is the top right corner where you can see my little @ symbol. And yeah, I found the Wand of Wishing in the chest. So that was worth celebrating. I've already had a pretty good run as far as wishing goes in this run so far. I got like, how many did I get? At least 3, right? Did I get 3 or 4? I got 3 or 4 wishes. Now the Wand of Wishing I had poor luck with. Poor luck with the Wand of Wishing is still good, but I think it's in my bag of holding. And you can see right here, it has only 1 charge. So every time a Wand of Wishing is generated, it has a random number between 1 and 3 of charges. And I think it's like, basically like roll 1d3. So I got the short end of the stick there. However, the way you play it with a Wand of Wishing is once you use up its charges, you use a blessed scroll of charging to charge it up to 3 wishes again. So that at that point, I'll have a total of 4 wishes from this wand. And then as you can do for any wand, you can always rest 1 more charge out of it. Resting is spelled W-R-E-S-T, not resting like sleeping. You can do this with any wand, but it's usually not worth it for most wands because it only has a very small percentage of chance of working. It's like, I like to imagine it like trying to squeeze a little bit more out of the tube of toothpaste just to get 1 more toothbrushing out of it. And imagine you had to expend great effort to do that. So when you try to do that with a wand, you have a approximately 1% chance of it working per attempt. So how many times on average do you have to do it? Well, you could get lucky and get it the first try, but likely you're going to be doing it dozens, 100, or even a couple hundred times. So for most wands, I got a wand of magic missile. I'm not going to, in the middle of combat, sit there repeatedly trying to wrest one more charge out of a magic missile wand or anything like that. That doesn't make sense. So for most wands, it doesn't make sense. However, for a wand of wishing, yeah, you find a nice quiet area with no monsters around, and you do that. So long story short, I can get 5 wishes out of this wand, and it's pretty much guaranteed unless something terrible happens. What terrible thing could possibly happen in NETHACK? Couple things to consider. I don't want to like run into this game tonight because I have to consider what I want to wish for, and I like to take my time with that decision. And I've been thinking about it a bit offline. I have at least, basically I have 5 wishes essentially. I can probably come up with at least 2 that I definitely want to go for. I might just save 2 or 3 wishes until the need comes up for something. However, there's another interesting thing I can try, which I don't usually do too much in the game, but I think you could probably say is a very powerful trick you can do in this game that should not be underestimated. And that is called polypiling. That is when you have piles of objects on the ground and you zap a wand of polymorph at them, or a spell of polymorph. And how it works is each object transforms into another object of the same type. And you can get into this wiki for all the fancy math, but say I have a pile of a bunch of armor and I'm really looking for a t-shirt, which is actually something I do want to look for. Then I can put a whole bunch of garbage on the ground, zap, and hope I get a t-shirt. And as you may have noticed, especially if you watched my stream last time or if you played the castle level before, you find so many soldiers here on the castle that they're just piles of junk everywhere. Every time you see a highlighted object, like the highlighted blue, that means it's a pile of stuff. This is a pile. This is a pile. This is a pile. This is a pile. This thing here is just a single item, and this thing here is a single item. So we got a pile here, pile. So the idea is I can stack these up, arrange them in a line of, I believe, 7, because that's the range of the wand, and you just zap and see what you get. There are some downsides to it. In fact, this used to be so abusable that they nerfed it a little bit. One of the downsides, and this one doesn't really bother me, but sometimes the objects animate into a hostile golem. So like you make a golem appear out of the objects. Another thing is if you zap, I mean, you can get into everything, but one thing that I have in mind is zapping potentially spell books to transform them into another random spell book. The problem is that every time you do that, it counts like the spell book was read 1 time, and they can only be read 3 times in total. So, there's a lot of limitations, but it's still a very powerful thing you can do. One thing I really want to do, I'm thinking of spending a wish on this, is to get a ring of free action, which is one of the things in the Ascension kit. Ascension kit is essentially the list of things that you want to get before you go for ascending, winning the game, basically. Stu is here and said, I told my wife that I could not spend intimate time with her in order to join this stream, so it better be good. I can't promise it would beat your intimate time, Stu. But anyway, back to the Ascension kit. Yeah, these are things you absolutely must get to win. I mean, not absolutely. And many of them are like different options. For example, for your cloak, you want to get one of these depending on your play style and circumstances, basically. And what character class and whatever. For me, I got the cloak. I'm going for the Cloak of Protection. That's the one I'm going with. I have it already. Body armor. Yeah, Dragon Scale Mail. I got that already. Boots. Speed boots and the jumping spell, or jumping boots and haste self. I have speed boots. I don't have the jumping spell, but I could probably get it. The idea is very, very late in the game. You want to be as fast as humanly possible. And also you gain some advantages if you can jump. You can take extra moves by jumping around like a no, I think only knights can do this. The knight character class can jump like an L shape, like a knight in chess, but you can jump 2 spaces when you have jumping. So it's very valuable at the end game. It sounds silly because you're like, oh, I'm going to, go through the astral planes and do all this fancy stuff and, go to the altar and sacrifice the amulet of Yendor and ascend to demigodhood. And you're like, jump. So I don't know, it's a little silly. Anyway, It's something I have to work out here, though. Actually, I think I had jumping boots, but they were... I might want to retrace my steps. They were cursed, and I was kind of like in a position of, well, I got to clear up inventory. So why do I want these cursed jumping boots? It might be good for me to go back and get that, because I know the haste self spell, so I could actually take off the speed boost temporarily, put on jumping boost, and just speed myself up with haste self. And then every time it wears off, I cast it again. Anyway, we'll get to that later. For gloves, gauntlets of power, yeah, they suck for spellcasters, so that's a no-go for me. So pretty much, these are the only two really good options for gloves. And since this one's a no-go, I might as well get the gauntlets of dexterity. Or just ordinary leather gloves will do pretty well. The dexterity bonus might help a little bit. Especially if I'm throwing daggers around a lot. I don't know. It's basically not that great. It's not that critical to have gauntlets of dexterity. But I'm probably going to wish for that anyway. For the helm, you need, you can get one of these. For me, I'm going with the Helm of Brilliance. I already have one. I've already got one. It increases your intelligence and wisdom by its enchantment. I need to enchant it some more. It's only, I think, +2 right now, but that's another story. So essentially, I've got that covered. Shield, yeah, you know, I have a small shield. It doesn't penalize your spellcasting much, which is important. I may even go no shield, though. I mean, I think small shield's fine. I don't need Shield of Reflection because I have SDSM, in other words, Silver Dragon Scale Mails, that covers reflection. Shirt is something I'm lacking. It's so stupid. It doesn't do anything, but you can enchant it. So I can get another, say, +4 enchantment on it, and then therefore it provides 4 armor class. T-shirt or Hawaiian shirt, exactly right. Yeah, the tourist character class comes with a Hawaiian shirt, and pretty much all it does is you put it on under your armor, and it's another thing you can enchant. Yeah, it doesn't provide armor class out of the box. So what I might, this is actually something I want to try to do with my polypiling efforts, is if I have a pile of armor and one of them turns into a T-shirt or Hawaiian shirt, then hooray, I have it. I don't think I'm going to spend a wish on this, though, but if I can polypile it, then sure. The ring section, the ring stuff, I already have conflict, which is fantastic. It makes everybody attack each other randomly. It's bad if you have pets, because they might attack you randomly, but if you don't, you know, if you're surrounded by 100 guys, they're all beating each other up, and it's like, it's overpowered. I think in the upcoming version, they're actually nerfing that a little bit, but it's still quite powerful. Ring of Levitation I have. Ring of Free Action I don't have, but I want. Prevents paralysis. This is very important if you run into certain creepy demons at the end of the game. The first one that comes to mind is what you might know from a character you might know from Stranger Things, Demogorgon. At least the name is in Stranger Things. He has he's a very powerful, he's often considered the hardest creature in the game. He has an effect that's like a deathly sickness when he hits you sometimes. And that takes, like, I don't know the number offhand, but it's like a random range of how many turns until you're just dead. Something like maybe 10 to 15. And he can also paralyze you, making you miss several turns. So you can see why that's a very powerful for him combination. So if you have Ring of Free Action, that just cancels the paralysis entirely. Then you just have to deal with the sickness, and you can cure that in a few ways, such as drinking a potion of holy water, or by applying a unicorn horn that has like a 70-ish% chance of working if it's blessed. Ring of Teleport Control or other source of teleport control. I already have that intrinsically. I got that by leveling up to level 17 as a wizard. I don't know why I'm going through everything here, but I figure it's a good thing to review if I'm going to be wishing. Amulet. It would be good to get an Amulet of Life Saving. Maybe I'll wish for one. I don't need Amulet of Reflection because I have that, again, from the Silver Dragon Scale Mail. Magical Breathing I have. It's good to have, but it's not something that you absolutely need, I guess. On the Plane of Water, which is one of the final levels, it might be helpful to put that on. Some tools you need. Blessed Unicorn Horn, I've got it. Towel or Blindfold, I've got it. Yeah, I have a bugle. So I was able to... I used that to get into the castle. I had to deduce the passtune, as they call it, I think. The tune you have to play to open the drawbridge. but also you can scare off monsters. I usually don't do that. 7 candles. I'd actually, these are like garbage things you should find lying around, but I was like burning them as light sources. I might have to find those again. Definitely not worth wishing for, though. They'll turn up. Expensive camera, I actually don't have. They say to apply it to the riders. Like, so at the end of the game, you have to not necessarily fight, but deal with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, essentially. They're called the riders. And apparently it works well to just blind them with a camera flash. Crystal ball, mostly only if illiterate. Yeah. I tossed away my crystal balls and I'm not illiterate. I don't even know what the logic is there. I don't feel like getting into that. But it helps you find these portals on the elemental planes that can be hard to find. I remember the one time I got to them, which I showed on stream. I think Ryan and Arturo were watching. One of those levels, it took me like an hour to find the portal. I don't remember why. So apparently NETHACK is so weird. Everything's like situational. Like in this weird combination of circumstances, this thing can be awesome. You have to apply it while engulfed. So something like I don't know, a vortex of some sort engulfs you, or a purple worm, I guess. I mean, you have bigger problems if you're in a purple worm. And then when you do that, you can apparently find the portals. You can just use the gold detection scrolls or spells, though, as well. I might just do that. Bag of holding, I've got. Magic markers. I have very expended ones. I might wish for one of those. Light source. Yeah, we've got those. Oil-filled lamps. I don't have like a tremendous amount of them. I think I'm good, though. These I need a whole bunch of. Wands of teleportation. I mean, maybe not a whole bunch, but I would say at least 3. Maybe 4. Yeah, basically in the very end game level and a little bit before that, just mobs of monsters everywhere. So you can clear the path by just going, you know, if I want to go that way, I zap a wand of teleportation, and then like the several squares forward, they all disappear and go elsewhere. So that's a great trick to just progress through mobs of guys. Wand of Death, I got one of those. I do want to acquire the Finger of Death spell, which is the wizard's way of casting the Wand of Death effect, essentially. So I can do it as much as I want. Pretty much instantly killed a lot of different critters. Unfortunately, a lot of the major demons are immune to that. And you do not want to zap Death with the Wand of Death, because that actually heals him. And he's one of the 4 riders. Wands of Digging. Yeah, I think I have 1 or 2 of those. I don't know how much I need. It says you'll need several in the Wand of... for the plane of Earth. I might want to save up some more as I go. Wand of Secret Door Detection. Okay. I don't have that. Wand of Probing. I think I chucked that. Well, okay, I see what they're saying. That's not really critical. I mean, these are all things that are like really helpful to have, but sometimes you can do without them. Wand of Cancellation I have. Wands of Fire. Yeah, I have one of those. Wands of Wishing. Oh, I'm going to use that. Scroll. I'm getting tired of going through everything. I probably wouldn't wish for any... Well, some scrolls are worth wishing for, like Genocide. All right, let me go a little faster here. Holy Water, yep. Full healing are good to have. Potions to gain level. Yeah, sometimes these cursed potions that gain level, it's NETHACK logic, so it's cursed and it has a weird, bizarre effect instead of making you gain experience level. It's almost like a pun on the word level. You actually float upward level, 1 level up in the dungeon. So that can be a good way to help escape. Malak's Sanctum is the very bottom, where you grab the Amulet of Yendor, and then the Wizard of Yendor harasses you until you get up through all the levels, like 50 or so, and escape to the elemental planes and up to the astral plane. He'll follow you up until you go to level, I think, 0. So basically 1 is where you started, and then you go up through the sky. Level 0, then -1, etc. So he'll follow you. But using Curse Potions to gain level will make you just kind of float up. Right. Yeah, food. Here's some. I've been converting, not really converting, but trading off my food rations for K rations mostly. Tins of nurse meat. Lizard corpse. I think I got 1 or 2. Cockatrice egg. A luck item, yeah, I have that. So basically, I've got a lot of what I need for the end game. You could probably say there's some gaps here and there. And I definitely want to enchant things a bunch more. All right, so let's think about polypiling, perhaps. I guess what I'm going to do is finish clearing out this level and then figure out the best way to polypile. Now, I've never really done this a whole lot. I've done it a few times. Stu asks, do you need all that stuff or does it just help? You don't need all of this stuff. This is like if you want to cover all possible bases, you would pretty much get all this stuff. Sometimes they're alternatives to each other. Like if you look at the cloak section, right? You don't need all of these, but the point is you definitely want to get one of these depending on your character class and preferences and whatnot. For me, I'm going with the Cloak of Protection. What I like about that is MC3. That stands for Magic Cancellation 3. It's pretty much the only thing that gives you that, except a Ring of Protection. And what that means is anytime someone does like a special attack that involves like touching you and draining your level, or the green slime will get you, and it's the slime covers your body and kills you. Special attacks. MC3 means all those special attacks have a 90% chance of being outright canceled. So that thing is awesome. Cloak of Protection in earlier versions of the game, all it did was give you the armor class. And they used to have like multiple paths to MC3. Like a whole lot of them. So it was kind of like, I don't know. Now the way it is, you have to consider the trade-offs, right? Like this cloak doesn't give you anything special like bonuses to spell casting like the robe does. However, the MC3 is just fantastic by itself. So I'm going with that. All right. So back to polypiling. Yeah, I think I'm going to just clean up the level and kill everybody else. And then I'll look into the nitty-gritty of polypiling. And again, this is when you make piles of junk on the ground. Each one, you zap the wand of polymorph, each one will transform into another thing of the same type. It's like going fishing, right? Like if I have, 8 rings in a pile and they're all garbage, one of them might turn into the ring of free action that I really want. However, I'm realizing a mistake I made, which is on previous levels, and I'm not really inclined to go back and hunt for them all. I dropped a whole bunch of like redundant rings and things that were kind of garbage. Probably a couple of these are kind of mad that I could drop and just try to polypile. Yeah, I mean, I could actually see maybe 3 or 4 of these aren't useful, maybe 5. Yeah, like Warning, I have intrinsically now as a level whatever wizard. At a certain level, you get that intrinsically. Teleport Control, I have intrinsically. Part of me is paranoid somehow I could lose that. I would really want to have that ring, but I don't think it's really possible. Sustainability, another one I'm not going to use. Yeah, I could probably dump like 5 or 6 of these, honestly, actually. Anyway, free action is, and the reason why I'm doing this is, I want to get all the stuff from that I need in this Ascension kit, especially. I'm having my mindset on, got my mindset on you. No, my mind is set on the Ring of Free Action because I'm thinking about Demogorgon and all these late game beasties that'll paralyze me and give me a hard time. But before I spend a wish on it, I'm gonna try to polypile for it. That's my train of thought. And I want to get a t-shirt or a Hawaiian shirt if I can, but it's not critical. And Gauntlets of Dexterity, I'm probably gonna have to wish for that one. All right, so without further ado for now, there'll be more ado later, believe me. I will continue to clean up this level. It's probably a good idea for me to pull up the map because I am shamelessly wikiing. The game is so much more enjoyable when you don't guilt yourself into saying, well, maybe I shouldn't look at the wiki. I should just only do that if I'm desperate. Nah, just wiki away. That's the best way to play. The game is full of mystery and surprises if you don't do this, but you'll also die every time. So there's that. Anyway, this is the map. I am here. Again, these like lime green parentheses on this map are the 4 places where the Wand of Wishing can possibly appear. So I got lucky, and the first one I tried had them. Store. What are those stores? The stores are like, I think it's like just a storage area with a bunch of junk. There's a couple more dragons here. I can handle them fine. It's kind of amazing. I'm just strong enough. Even though I'm a wizard, I can just melee a bunch of adult dragons without breaking a sweat much, really. It's pretty nice. Yeah, Stu got my reference of my bed singing. So yeah, Wand of Wishing is of course super exciting. Anyway, it looks like there's nothing to search below me. Again, I'm over here. So I got to go back this way. This whole section, every purple T you see, is potentially a trap door that takes you to the first level of the Gehenna set of levels, which are the hell levels. They're kind of like the end game, but there's a lot of levels. So there's a lot of end game to travel through. I guess it's a mid to late game more like initially, but you don't know. It's going to be one of these T's is the trap door. So I've been searching. I was actually in that section, the whole room here, and I was searching a lot, but I couldn't find it. I haven't found it yet. And I want to search it rather than just stumble into it. But for now, yeah, just try to clean up the rest of the level. I'm going to have the map on my side over here. Right, so I guess we're going to go to the left. And those fours are probably the dragons. You can see those fours. That's my warning effect, seeing nearby monsters. Hope everyone's having a good December, by the way. If you're like me, hopefully you're excited to have some time off. If you have time off. No, not everybody gets that. Scroll of Teleport. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain point where I get like, okay, I just can't collect any more junk. But intuitively right now, I'm like, yeah, I love Scroll of Teleport. I probably have a whole bunch already, though. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Right, for now, I'm going to just focus on cleaning up and not get anything unless it seems really good. These are all pretty much polypile fodder. Healing and speed, though. Now I'm getting into, well, I can mix these two, healing, and I know I have some speed potions. That'll turn into extra healing. So that's not junk. I gotta look up the recipe to be sure. This is like crafting. My NETHACK had crafting before Minecraft did. Yeah, so I mix speed and healing, and I get a potion of extra healing. Then later I can mix extra healing and, like, say, gain energy and get a potion of full healing. Now, full healing are great to have, especially in the most dangerous places. So I can gradually craft it. Essentially, let's get that full healing. I mean, regular healing, and I can take out one speed. That's scrolls. Why do I keep hitting the scroll? Scroll is question mark. What I want is an exclamation point for potions. Okay, I thought I had a few potions. Oh, there we do. Yeah, I have an uncursed and an unknown one. Might as well identify the unknown one. Might as well identify this. Healing and speed. This is just to know if it's uncursed or blessed or what. So the healing potion is uncursed. Uncursed. Oh, cursed speed. Look at the end of the gargoyle attacking me. I forget what happens with cursed stuff in alchemy. The Frogurt is also cursed. Apparently it only works with... Hold on. Hey, I think cursed is not going to work, basically. For alchemy purposes. Alright, so never mind with that. I can handle this gargoyle fine, I'm pretty sure. I am burdened, which you don't want to stay as. The unicorn horn. Right. I was just reading the polypile wiki, and they mentioned the unicorn horns are great for polypiling because they're a magic tool. They can sometimes, if you're lucky, turn into a magic marker, which those things are fantastic. So I'll take that even if I'm a little burdened for now. And because the potion of speed is cursed, I think I'm just going to dump it. It's not really worth lugging around. But I can mix these two, healing and speed, right now. What do you do? Just dip them? I forget. It's amazing how I always forget, like, commands and stuff. And you just dip. So dip, healing into speed. Oh, they exploded. Why'd they explode? That happens occasionally. Am I okay? Yeah, I took like 5 damage and that's it. I lost the potions. Oh well. That's called an alchemic blast. Performing alchemy has a 1 in 10 chance of causing an alchemic blast instead. Alright. It's not a big deal, basically. At my level, it's not going to kill me. Bugle, plate mail. Yeah, plate mail is like, another piece of armor that I don't care about, but, I could, hopefully, hopefully get a t-shirt out of it. All right. I polypiled 100 objects, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Let me pull up my map again just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, so this is one of the other towers in the corner where there could have potentially been Wand of Wishing. Ryan says if Mark ever writes a book, it needs to be a book about NetHack. Like a novel, you think, or more like how to play NetHack or how to master it? Because honestly, there's a lot better players than me in this game. It's insane. Like all the stuff I'm looking in the wiki, there's some people who like know it all in their head, or at least they have the wisdom to know, and experience to know what like to ignore and what to focus on and what to really watch out for. It's pretty impressive how some of these players are. And people make NetHack bots, including Meta. Meta did that, the Facebook company. They were once posting on social media about how they made a bot to play NetHack, and I was like, well, okay. Why are you guys doing this? Well, I guess it's cool, though. Just gonna throw some stuff in my bag of holding. Okay, I'm unencumbered. Good. All right, so let's apply the skeleton key. And this should be... just kind of a hallway. All right, connecting the 2 lower towers. There's a whole bunch of like soldiers and stuff that I haven't killed here. Again, there should be no problem though. And Eric Johnson says they probably had a NetHack group at their company too. Oh yeah, they probably did. Soldiers throwing. They're so stupid. What kind of soldier do this? They're like, one of them is behind the other, and they try to throw a projectile, and they just hit the one in front of them. This one's blasting a wand of cold. So again, look at all this junk. Soldiers are like they're just piles of crap. They have so much equipment that I can just really take advantage of the polypiling. And a K ration, again, that's one of the most efficient foods you can have in terms of weight as well as time to eat. When you're fighting famine, one of those riders of the 4 horsemen, famine will hit you and make you extremely hungry each time it hits you, basically. And so you want to have these foods you can pop into your mouth and only take 1 turn to eat to deal with that. Or you just starve because famine hit you 1 too many times. Kill the wood nymph. What is this thing? Breathing sphere? Yeah, that's fine. Scroll of Stinking Cloud, huh? You don't see those too much. They're very rare. I'll take that to get it out of their hands. The Orc Captain. Or the Cat Pain. The joke from Blackadder. If anyone watched Blackadder, they're in the 4th season where it takes place in World War One. I think Captain Blackadder is trying to like avoid. I think he's trying to avoid orders to like go over the top or something. So he reads the telegram. He says, "Nope, it is clearly addressed to Cat Pain Blackadder. I am Captain Blackadder." He said it funnier than I did, but he used that as the typo as an excuse to ignore the order. Okay. Killing more guys. I'm not even going for the C rations because the K are better. You could say I should get bunt. I could get both of them, but I already have 10 K rations, so it's kind of like I'll just go with it. I guess I could dump these C rations then even. Let me just make sure I have that straight. My book should be about time management. Is that what I'm the worst at? Well, you know what? I used to play the game without, like I always say, without looking up stuff in the wiki, and you're gonna get killed. That's how it goes. C rations versus K rations. I mean, you could argue I shouldn't look up every minutia like this, but that's the way I roll, I guess. So the C ration has 30, it gives you 30 nutrition, 1 turn to eat, and weighs 10. And the K ration is the same in all respects, except a big difference in nutrition. It's 400 instead of 300. So I will just go all in on K rations and dump the C. The other thing with NetHack, you can always come up with a situational way, reason for why something might be better, even though it appears worse. And I could say, well, what if I'm really full and I want to eat something that gives me 300 instead of 400 nutrition points? And that way I don't risk choking to death. But we're getting into weird situations when we go that route. And Stu says he reads the wiki for his wife too, otherwise he wouldn't survive. Oh, that's a good point. I read the wiki for your wife too. Yeah, let's find this trap door. I'm gonna even put on my lenses. I'm already wearing them to improve my search by a little bit. Hopefully my wife isn't watching right now, making jokes like that. She came in last time. I don't know who was there when I was dealing with a succubus. It's like the one thing in the game that you have like adult relations with. You could argue the nymph is like borderline. And I'm like, well, and here's the nurse too. The nurse, says like, where does it hurt? And you take off your clothes and she heals you. And I'm like, well, I'm between a nurse and a succubus, and my wife joined the stream and she didn't want to say anything. Like, what the heck are you playing? Because she thought it would be weird in front of all you guys. We talked about it later. It's kind of like nothing serious. Not like she's upset or anything, but I clarified that's like less than 1% of the game involves adult encounters. And she was like, I'm just gonna leave you boys to it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, there's some obsidian stones. I feel like I might as well take those. They're not worth a lot of obsidian, but I don't know. I'm not finding this damn trapdoor. Did I actually already find it and there's like objects on it, perhaps? At least it wasn't an incubus, says too. Yeah, if you play as a female character, then it flips the gender to incubus. In the upcoming version, they're letting you specify as a configuration option which preference you have. So you could you could be male and prefer the incubus, for example. Anyway, I've not found the trapdoor yet. I don't know why it is so hard to find. I guess I'm just not going next to it. I mean, it's like you have to. It's kind of like this almost checkerboard pattern. All these magenta T's. It's one of these. For all I know, I haven't actually gone next to all of them. So I want to like go next to each one. For example, if I'm standing here, every time I press search, I have an opportunity to find this, or this, if there's anything there. Also here, theoretically. So that's what I'm doing when I'm walking around carefully and mashing my search button here. I might just accidentally fall into it. That could easily happen. And Stu says, that's silly. I doubt the succubus or incubus care about your sexual preference. Yeah, well, I can encounter an incubus as a male, and he'll just try to kill me. That's how it works right now. You just fight him. I think I'm standing in one of the potential trapdoor spaces right now. Yeah, I am. So fortunately, it's not here, but I didn't play it right. Go to my right one and search some more. Where the heck is this thing? Can you even search for it? Is it like immune to searching? I don't think it is. There was also a throne in this room, but it was a worthless one. It didn't give me any wishes or genocide. Where am I? I'm 4th from the right. Yeah, okay. I don't know what's going on here. Did I miss any? I guess I didn't do the top right yet, but I thought I did that last time. Guess I should just go for it now. Actually, I might not have gotten the absolute lower left corner either. No, it's not there. Okay, let's try the top right. Try not to step on the wrong squares here. Which one is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I've tried everything. Get out of the way, Elf Lord. Who's this pudding? I don't want a pudding in my midst. Gray ooze, okay. An earth elemental appeared. Where's you guys coming from? Want to fight? I probed the earth elemental. He's walking through the wall. Let's zap the pudding. I gotta be careful I don't zap friendlies on the other side of him. You have a magic missile. Pew! Kill it. Alright, cool. Hello, earth elemental. Killed that. I don't know what I'm missing here. Let me read the page about this. Maybe there's something special besides it being an ordinary trapdoor. Need to get through the back trapdoors in the back to get into the castle. You can levitate or jump across. You can use boulders from a scroll of earth to fill them in. However, if you do this, you'll need to dig through the filled trapdoors to enter Gehenna. I wonder if could I have somehow accidentally filled in a trapdoor with a boulder? I guess it might be possible. I don't really see how. Maybe a giant was throwing a boulder around. I don't know. I could just throw caution to the wind and walk through this room as freely as I. You just walk through it freely, and if I fall in, I fall in. It's not the end of the world. And I'll waste less time. All right, let's go into the next area with dragons and stuff. That's to the right. Let's slay some dragons. Dragon's Lair. Hey guys, what's going on? There is... Oh. I think I was misinterpreting this the whole time. I think these guys here are those trapdoors. Oh, yeah, they are. Stupid. What are these T's then? That might just mean there's like a monster or something there. Will a mouse over tell me? No. Okay, I don't know what those are, but I was wasting a lot of time. Okay. So these are the trapdoors. I have to either levitate or jump over them now. I stupidly removed my only source of jumping, so I guess I'm levitating. There's a trapdoor. Some dragons behind secret doors. Okay. And over here, there would be some sea monsters on the other side here. However, I have genocided them. It's a snake. Oh, this whole section, I bet that it's already been cleared out, but this whole section here is it's a big room full of monsters. They probably already like flooded to the left, and I've already dealt with them, I think. We can take a quick look. Who are you? Who are you? Not a tiger. Say that sarcastically, like going toe-to-toe with a tiger would be easy, right? Okay, this is actually the M means maze section. That's right. Doesn't mean monsters. A landmine. Ah, crap. Don't worry, my leg will get better in like 5 minutes from stepping on a landmine. Only in NETHACK. I guess I want to put back on that levitation ring because I think you can trigger the landmine multiple times. No, it's just a pit now. That's right. So I want to go over the pit. Okay. All right, let's deal with the rest of the inhabitants of this area. Then we can go into the storerooms and get some more junk. So let's fight some dragons. Up or down? Let's go up first. Hello, dragons. My leg feels better. That's actually a good time. I don't want to be fighting a battle when I'm burdened. A red dragon. See, look at, here's the thing. They're going to keep breathing fire on me, this red dragon. And it's going to bounce off my reflection. My reflection is such a powerful thing in this game. And Stu says, what made the trapdoor open? Well, nothing made it open. Sorry, I'm not following you. Well, I don't know if you missed when I explained I had a conceptual error. This room doesn't have the trapdoors, actually. It's these ones. So these little carrot symbols are the traps, and I just floated over them. So I didn't go in them. You have to jump in them eventually later, because that's the only way down. So look, if you look at my hit points, I am taking a little bit of a hit. Oh, the trapdoor. Oh, that's a good point. Did it say it opens beneath you? If it said that, then I guess that's a good point. I'm not really sure what message it said. To me, I'm just like, yep, I searched and I found it. Anyway, you can see here I am taking some damage. So if I actually didn't heal very quickly, and I had to fight like 100 of these guys, I could be concerned. But also, if you look at my hit points, I'm going to heal very quickly. And I'm just stabbing this thing. So now I'm at 136. I could eat it if I'm that hungry. Yeah, let's eat it. I'm a little bit not satiated. Okay. Potion of extra healing. Good to have. So I was like searching as I was levitating. That's how I located the trapdoors. I hit the S key as I'm going. I think I located them all that way. Anyway, this should be a storeroom of some sort. It's a bunch of food. Slime, it's a bunch of garbage, really. Early in the game, this would be so good to find. Right now, it's kind of like I've already like decided I don't want food rations. I upgraded to K ration. I mean, you could argue maybe having a tripe ration or two for pets. I already do have the one tripe ration right here as a just in case. I don't know, it's probably not worth it. And I have like slime molds already. Slime molds are just a fruit. You can name your favorite fruit in the game. And the default is slime mold. And Stu said, I don't want to be, if you want to be pedantic, how do you search the floor while levitating? I didn't ask how you locate it. I asked how it opened. I don't even know where you saw it opened. So, and I can't really scroll back to the message. Well, if we're going to be sticking on this point, I can rewind my preview video here. Let's see, what does it say? Oh yeah, it says the trapdoor opens under you, you don't fall in. That's true. Okay, interesting. Yeah, when you levitate over it, it does say that. That's a good point. Why does it say that? It shouldn't say it opens. It almost sounds like it's a motion detector, which doesn't make sense. You would think it's just, your weight pushes down and then it opens. I never noticed that. So Stu pointing out something interesting that I had never really thought about before. And what does Stu say? No, there are two questions now. How do you search the floor without touching? I don't know. Do you have X-ray vision? And why did it open? I don't know the answers. Okay. You know what? That could be another minutia of NetHack that we could add to it. Like you can't really search for traps effectively if you're levitating, perhaps. All right. So this storeroom of food is kind of useless. But these are things I can polypile, which is nice. Speed boost, jumping. Oh, look about jumping boost. I was kind of just regretting I dished some of those. So cool. Opera cloak. Some of these are worth identifying. Identify the opera cloak. That's a cloak of invisibility. That's cool. Sometimes late in the game, discovering the cool things like this is a little disappointing because I have no need for it. I'm intrinsically just invisible. And like there's so many things there's no need for me to ever grab, basically. But booth of jumping, sure, I'm going to take those. Less plus one pair of jumping boots even. All right. I will put that into the old bag of holding, and I do have to deal with the burden scenario. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Pair of buckled boots, I bet that's something magical too. They are bad though. That's a cursed -1 pair of fumble boots. Yeah, you trip and fall and you can't take them off because they're cursed. Very bad. All right, so yeah, polypile fodder for sure. I guess before I fight 2 more dragons, I would feel really stupid if the slow down from being burdened got me killed. I really doubt it would, but my point is just deal with it. And this is a point I used to be in my early days of net hacking. I used to be too lax about it. Be like, well, you know, just be burdened once in a while. No, you're getting extra. If you're burdened, you're sacrificing turns, and a lot of them in any kind of drawn out battle. I don't know the exact math. It depends on the relative speeds between you and your opponent. But basically, it's like, you know, imagine you're each attacking 1 for 1 instead of 2 for 1 in your favor. It's actually quite a huge difference. Usually it's more complicated than just that, though. Like fractional. Anyway, here's a blue dragon. You know, just go toe to toe. Keep an eye on the hit points. Killed it. Silver dragon. If I hadn't wished already for the silver dragon scale mail, I could try to make it right here. Okay, look at all this beautiful stuff. How useful is invisibility for alchemy? I think not much. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone. All right, who's this number 4 over here? Splash of venom misses. I don't like that. That's probably a dragon of some sort. Green dragon. Yeah, that's the one. Let's put on the levitation ring. Should we shoot it? Let's just... Oh, it's actually a Naga. Guardian Naga. And Stu says you should forget about the Amulet of Yendor and just open a store. Yeah, it could be one of these shopkeepers with the store. Can make money on the next poor fool who comes into the dungeon. They should make a game like where you're a shopkeeper in a dungeon and you have to run your business, and it's like a constant stream of hapless adventurers coming through, and you have to deal with them, and maybe you can find their bodies when they die and take their stuff. Stuff like that. Stu says I think they did make a game like that. Oh, okay. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I want to look up the castle map. What's with the room below me? Oh, it's another storeroom, of course. Yeah, 2 storerooms. Unlock the door. There's a leprechaun. A couple gems, not too many. I bet the leprechaun is responsible for the lack of gems here. The leprechaun. I killed the leprechaun. More money that I can't hold. Okay, there's some decent gems, I guess. What I might do eventually is just make a stash of the gems somewhere higher up in the dungeon. I'm not sure how much I care, but the more treasure you come out with at the end, the more points you get. So a lot of people, what they do is they put a bag on like level 1 or something, and then when they're coming back up after, you know, fleeing the dungeon with the Amulet of Yendor, they pick up the bag on the way out. Sometimes it could be a bag of holding just to be sure, more sure that it won't slow you down. And then you pick those up and you bring them up. But I don't know. It might be fun to try. I did leave some bag of holdings scattered around. I think I might have denoted that somewhere. Bag of holding in shop and Gnomish Mines level 7. I could always go up there, get a bag of holding, put the money in there. Anyway, for now, did get an emerald, which is great. That's worth a lot of money. Let's put all this stuff into the bag of holding. And the point of the stashing is just so there's no, you don't have to worry about the weight of carrying all this junk constantly. Stu says you'd think some of these enemies would start running and are begging for their worthless lives. Yeah, right. Kind of, yeah. You would think they would not be fighting to the death all the time. Bunch of weapons here that are all kind of useless to me. All right. Okay, so now it might be the time you've all been waiting for, which is to get into some polypiling. And again, this is not something I do very much. For some reason, it doesn't have an intrinsic appeal to me. But I'm going to do it here. There's just so much junk. How could I resist? And I have 2 wands of polymorph, each with 7 charges. Now, the time you didn't even know you were waiting for. Exactly, Stu. There's 2 strategies. 2 sort of major strategies. You have 7 small piles or 1 large pile. I don't know the logic here, but the large pile seems very weird and convoluted, and you need to have very low luck. I have high luck. And it involves apparently piling a large number of rocks and stuff. I don't even know what the heck they're doing. It almost looks like they're just trying to kill stone gold. They're trying to... It looks like it's specifically about turning rocks into gems, maybe. I don't know what their deal is. I guess the rocks turn to stone golems, but the other stuff, like weapons and tools, might transform into something good. I don't know. It's basically an exploit of the polypiling algorithm. It says, okay. So I'm not going to even bother with that because I have low luck and it's quite convoluted. So I want to make 7 small piles, and that's per zap of the wand, right? So I have 14 zaps in me. I don't know if I'm going to use them all, but so it says maximize your luck. I know I should have at least plus 10. I'm going to roll with that. Hopefully I have a little more. Collect your items. Okay, so I have to see the section above. That's going to be a part I spend a lot of time on probably. Individually name stackables to separate them into stacks of 2. Yeah, so this is using very specific terms. Stack versus pile are different things. Pile means all the stuff on the floor. Stack means when you have like objects like these daggers, that this is a stack of 5 plus 5 daggers. So it's important to understand that distinction when you're reading this article. And Stu says, is that like Lunchable? Yeah, stackables are like Lunchables, but less delicious. So you individually name the stackables to separate them. So that's just say you had, say I put all my daggers on the ground. I'm not going to, but apparently it can be beneficial to make them into separate stacks by you just name them, and that'll kind of manipulate the logic of the game. So for example, if I had these 5 and I wanted to make them into a stack of 2 and 3, I could separate, maybe drop the 2, call the 3 the stack of 3, then pick up the other 2, and now they're separate stacks. So that's just a way to sort of manipulate the game's logic. Distribute the item stacks over 7 small piles in a straight line, each pile containing a good mix of different types of material. Put the items you want polymorphed most at the front of the line. That's because every time you zap a wand, there's basically a variable range that it shoots. And so the first 3 is guaranteed to get hit. And you have a chance of it hitting up to 7 squares of piles. Then use that polymorph, review the results, and repeat. Okay, so yeah, now the hard part is how do you actually organize these stacks and piles? Yeah, this is the key thing. See this section above to decide what. Well, I still don't really understand the logic about why do I want different stacks of the same thing or whatever. I guess the idea is probably, I guess it's more transformation sort of like if I had continuing with the dagger example. I think if I had just 5 daggers in a stack, they would polymorph into one other stackable weapon, like shuriken, for example. So I could get, say, 5 shuriken. But if I have 2 stacks, one of 2 and one of 3, I could get a stack of 3 shuriken and a stack of 2 darts. So I guess you get more variability if you make separate stacks. I think that's how it works. Anyway, yeah, it's a complicated thing, and you know you have to get. You do want to review this if you haven't done this before, for sure. I think they nerfed this technique at some point. It's like it used to be so OP, like people would avoid doing it just because it felt super cheap. But now in this current version, they have like, you know, things can shutter, which means I think they sometimes disintegrate. Certain magical armor and tools tend to become non-magical. So you might try to transform some really cool thing and it turns into garbage. Spell books. I might be tempted to polypile my spell books. I have 2 blank spell books, but they it counts like you read it 1 extra time when you polypile a spell book. Any nameless books after the polymorph? I don't know what it means by nameless. I guess blank paper. I don't know. So everything has a downside now, basically. I'm tempted to just say F it. Just make a bunch of piles and go for it. But I want to understand what is the benefit. Like, why do you want to make 7 squares in a row? It must be that if you put too much stuff in one square, there's a limitation or it backfires in some way. So that is something I definitely want to understand. And then maybe I'll just go for it from there. I think I need to get into the basic mechanics of it, though. Jeez. It's a very complex thing. Golem absorption. I don't care about the golems. Oh my god. Shuttering is when a thing gets messed up. Yeah, you can create golems accidentally. Your scrolls of blank paper turn into a paper golem or whatever. Your rocks turn into a stone golem. All right, I guess we'll go with the introduction, maybe. Introduction. When considering polypiling, it's important to distinguish stacks of item, e.g., yeah, we already went over this. The spell and wand supply a beam with a random range between 6 and 13. Long enough to hit 3 to 7 piles if they're all in line and contiguous. Why would it not be guaranteed to hit 6 piles, though? That's what I don't get. Oh, I think maybe if it hit objects, it like slows down, essentially. Like, it reduces the range. It counts as 2 spaces if it hits stuff, basically. I think that's the logic. Okay, at least I'm kind of working through the logic in my own head here. You do not change class, so potions always yield potions. Scrolls yield scrolls. Yeah, I knew that. The exception is a crocodile corpse turns into boots instead of another comestible. Stackable weapons and tools can merge into non-stackable ones. For example, a stack of 4 daggers morphing into a single longsword. Okay, so when I was giving an example about stacks of daggers before, it wasn't perfect. Okay, other stackable objects are not subject to this. I'm not following that. I'm going to move on, though. Unicorn horns are especially popular polyfire because they may polymorph into other magical tools such as magic markers. Yeah, I wish I didn't leave some of the unicorn horns upstairs in a bunch of places. I did just get one, though, so I think I'm going to have one extra unicorn horn to polypile. Another useful thing to do if you gain polymorph in early game is to polypile spellbooks. Polymorphing retains the charges and enchantment of polymorph items. Okay, I think that's tricky because I read elsewhere that the number of times you've read the spellbook decreases. Anyway. And when polymorphing wands and spellbook, I guess that's different from charges. Their quality degrades. A spellbook will act as if it had been read once more. Okay. So I do have 2 blank spellbooks. I don't know. The books combine read polymorph counts 4 or more. It will turn into a blank spellbook, counted as read 0 to 3 times, and it will thus subsequently be able to be polymorphed into a non-blank spellbook. Okay, so it sounds like I have a 75% chance, maybe, of turning my blank spellbooks into something non-blank. So maybe I'll try it with one of them. I don't know. So I can write on them with a magic marker too, so I don't want to like totally waste the things. Generally, it's not worth doing this to wands, I see, because it can cause an explosion and destroy all the objects there, I think is the idea. So I'm going to ignore wands. Recharge count of tools is not affected unless the tool becomes a magic marker, in which case the charge counter will be set to 1. So what about if I have a garbage? I'm thinking this through. I guess I don't want to use it on my existing magic markers. That would be dumb. Polymorph being generated by the wand and spell acts on each pile separately. I think this is why you want to have different piles. The more stuff, the more chance of shuddering, basically. Okay. For each item, there's a chance of resisting. 5% for normal items, 95% for artifacts. Not going to do that for artifacts. Unique items cannot shudder, etc. Okay. Then each item stack that did not resist has a chance of shuddering, undergoing a system shock. The probability of an item stack undergoing a system shock depends on its blessed, uncursed, cursed stats, unless it is a wand, and its size as follows. Okay, so blessed fares better than uncursed, which fares better than cursed, basically. For stacks of 5 items or more. Okay, so the stuff will shudder more it's more likely to shudder if you have a giant stack of stuff. So you want to have smaller stacks. Remember, that's a different concept than pile. Pile and stack are different. When a stack shudders, it loses 1d items in stack minus 1 items. Okay. So basically a number between 1 and the number of items in this stack minus 1 item. So you might keep one of them. You keep at least one of them. For each item stack in the pile that undergoes a system shock, there is a chance of a golem being created. I don't really care about the golem. I can kill golems. If an item stack shuddered, even if some of the items that were in the stack remain, it will not be polymorphed. Okay, so you want to minimize the probability of that this shuddering stuff happening. So you don't want any stacks of 5 or more, basically, is one thing I'm getting out of this elaborate set of rules. I'm not really thinking about doing this with stackable stuff very much, though. I'm thinking more about the piles of armor and maybe some of my rings. But again, there's definitely some point to not putting it all in one pile, it seems. So that's what I'm not getting yet. Once I understand that, I might just go for it. But I really need to understand how that works, the piles. If an item stack shuddered, even if I already did that. For any stack that did not shudder, the polymorph process continues. Oh. Wait. The rest of the stacks in the pile still have a chance of being polymorphed. For any stack that did not shudder, the polymorph process continues. There is a number of items in stack divided by 1,000 probability that the entire stack merges into a single item. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's the whole reason why you don't want to put it all in one pile. Number of items. So it sounds like, yeah, think about that. You have 100 things in the stack, and it's basically a 10% probability that everything in the stack merges into one item. All right, I think that's the key bit of information I was missing. So what's the ideal thing? Well, I don't know about ideal, but obviously you don't want to put 1,000 things in one pile. Like 1,000 is kind of ridiculous. I don't have that much stuff lying around. But still, even like once you get into like Probably 100. That's a little bit risky. You're gonna lose a lot of stuff potentially. All right. So if you put large piles of rocks, greystones, blah, blah, I don't think I'm gonna bother with gems much. But I guess this is sort of a way to nerf the trick of, hey, let me put 800 rocks in this pile, and they're not all going to turn into gems, basically. In this case, a 1d4 is rolled against stack size. If the stack is larger, transmutation backfires, destroying half of the stack. Whatever, I don't care about the rocks. See you next section about what your item stack will be turning into. Okay. It's a lot. Golem absorption. So when you make a golem accidentally, it can also absorb additional item stacks in the pile, destroying them. Okay. Guess that's another reason not to put so much in one pile. You get unlucky and make a golem, it'll destroy other stuff too. All right. I wish you just kind of told me like the bottom line here. Like the probability if you make a pile like this, or this is what your limit should be. I need my handheld. Maybe I should just feed this into Chat GPT. Like, give me the bottom line here. But I think I have a pretty good idea of how it works now. Polyfodder destruction. Here's a summary of polyfodder destruction. Okay. The process from the resistance check to here is repeated for each pile hit by the beam. In other words, there are 3 ways polyfodder can be destroyed. All right. Good night, Ryan. Thanks for stopping by. And I'll see you next time. By the way, I'm going to try to do my annual Commodore Christmas stream perhaps next Tuesday. Not definite. That seems like a good time to do it, in which I play various Christmas-themed games and demos for the Commodore 64. It's been fun to do that every year. So hopefully I'll see you then, Ryan. But we'll be in touch. Anyway, back to the polypiling. Shuddering, these are the way you can lose things, basically. Shuddering, probability of which is decreased by blessing. Polymorphic items other than wands. Yeah, I'm not going to do wands. Keep the size of individual stacks under 4. I thought it was 4 or less, but that could just be imprecise language. Whatever. Merging, the probability of which is reduced by lowering the size of individual stacks. Stackable weapons and tools merging into non-stackables, which is mitigated by lowering stack size. Absorption into forming golems, which is probability of which is reduced by increasing your luck. Reducing size of individual item stacks. Reducing number of item stacks on the pile. Yeah, the whole n over 1,000 thing, right? Limiting the number of items in the pile that are of the same material. So the more of the same material. God. All right, I don't think I'm going to get too crazy about that. I think the golem forms from stuff of the same material, basically. Probability of item transformation. Yeah, so they have the probability, like if you have magical versus non-magical. Essentially, it's much more common for magical stuff to turn into non-magical than vice versa, but it can happen. And the exception seems to be spellbook. I guess because a spellbook of blank paper is the only non-magical one, and so it always turns into, well, 95% of the time turns into something magical. Yeah, I gotta decide if I want. I think I'm gonna try one of my spell books that are blank, maybe. I'm kind of scared to try both. I just don't have enough of a hang of this whole polypiling thing. Here are things that are never produced by polymorph. Anything that gives you wishes and more polymorph opportunities, basically. You can't get artifacts, such as my magical Athame, Magic Bane. You can't get, Stormbringer or whatever. Any item not normally randomly generated, such as Athames and fedoras. Oh, I can't get a fedora. That's what I was doing this whole thing for. Just kidding. You cannot polymorph the rider corpses, wand of polymorph, potion of polymorph, spellbook of polymorph. All right. Polypiling is often used to get Ascension Kit armor. Yeah, I want to get that t-shirt, baby. And if I manage to get, by sheer luck, the gloves of dexterity, I don't have to wish for those. Polypiling is most often used by conduct players who need certain items. Right, so conduct is kind of like achievements in modern gaming nomenclature. It's like, yeah, this definitely predates achievements being commonplace in gaming. But basically, like weaponless is one of the, I don't know how you play with weaponless. I guess monks, their whole thing is they can fight without weapons pretty well. But some of these are pretty crazy. Like atheist means you never pray. You can go genocide list, like you never use a scroll of genocide. Anyway, let's not get too deep into this rabbit hole. We're still in the polypiling rabbit hole. Sorry, let me close some junk I got here. Oh, Andy just messaged me something about regarding playing a shopkeeper. He sent me a link to something pertaining to Dragon Quest. I'll have to read that later, Andy. I guess you're watching, Andy. So, hello, Andy. All right, let's finish getting through. It's a lot of stuff. All right. Let me just get through some of this and jeez. All right, I guess I should read over spellbook and stuff. All right. Let's keep going, I guess. General tips, never handle both. Don't put anything useful in your polypile line. Yeah, sure. People have wondered where their bag of holding with all the artifacts went. Oh my god, so if I accidentally drop my bag of holding in the way of my blast of the wand, it's pretty much game over. I would probably just, I don't know. I'd have to seriously consider if the game is worth continuing at that point. I'll just be careful. If you do not care about poly fodder loss, name rocks to get stacks of it most. Yeah, okay, that's fine, whatever. That's circumventing, like, oh, you lost the whole stack. You make smaller stacks, something like that. Max out your luck. I think I'm pretty much there. Maybe not exactly there. Configure auto pickup exception. I don't know what the deal is with this. That seems a little too complicated. That's just so you don't have to manage manually which stuff you pick up after you do a polypile. You can configure auto pickup to say, pick up these things always when I step on them. Do not pick up those things. I don't get into that. Polypile your stuff near a general store to help identify good morphs. I have the identify spell. Determine risk and stuff. Your patience is also a factor, sure. To minimize the loss, it's a good idea to mass bless magical polyfire. I don't think I want to waste a lot of holy water on that. I guess that's good if you have a ton of holy water. I don't have a lot. I think I have like 5 left. So I'm going to skip that. Unless you will need only one read, name spellbooks individually how often you have read them and sort them accordingly. I don't know how many I've read the ones I have right now. I would guess 1, but I'm not sure. Sort polyfodder by blessed, uncursed, cursed stats so you don't have to retest after polypiling. Oh, geez, I didn't even think about that. So their blessed, uncursed, cursed status could change, I think. And the idea is you can sort of cheat by sorting them. How do you even sort them? Oh, okay. So you would drop, say, all the blessed first, and then drop all the uncursed, and then drop all the cursed, or something like that. And then the order in the stack would remain the same, so you could deduce, you know, basically the first item through the 23rd is the blessed stuff, because I already wrote that down. And then 24 through 50 are all right. I might do that. I kind of feel like I don't want to get that crazy, but we'll see when I decide what I'm actually dropping. We'll see what I do. I'm not planning on getting too, like, you know, dropping like 100 things. I might drop like, well, I don't know. There's just so much junk on the ground. I guess I might as well, sort of. All right. When to polypile? Blah, blah, blah. Scrolls. That's true. You could do you can polypile some junky scrolls with the hopes of getting good stuff. It could get like charging scrolls or whatever. It's all valid stuff. Unicorn horn, yeah, I've already decided I'm gonna drop one of my unicorn horns for this purpose. Magical armor. So I'm thinking the the gloves of dexterity probably. I think the random junk isn't going to turn into that basically, because if you look at all the way up here, yeah, all right, yeah. So I think a random like piece of armor that a soldier had only has a 0.6% chance of turning into anything magical. But that would be the die roll it'd have to succeed on in order to make, for example, the gloves of dexterity I want. So that's not likely to happen. Okay, now where the heck was I? Junk armor. Yeah, I can still get the shirt because that's not magical. So if I want, I drop a whole bunch of junk, I could get the T-shirt that I want. If I can get that out of this polypiling effort, I'll be content enough. But yeah, spell books. A non-blank polymorph spell book. It doesn't really. I wish it clearly said it's a good idea to try to polypile blank spell books. I think it is. Device to formally identify unknown polymorph spellbooks before reading. Yeah, sure, fine. Junk armor. Whew. Wands are generally not worth it. I'm not going to do that. Spellbook. There are better methods than polypiling. Wizards with sufficient luck can write one using a magic marker. I mean, I can do that, I guess. But magic marker charges are scarce. There are better ways to get various items. Sure. All right, so I'm going to do the 7 small pile strategy. All right, let's get started with it. Now, I have to keep in mind, I don't think I'm doing much in the way of stackables, but if I do, I want to keep it 4 or lower, I think. I mean, I'm not intending to do much in the way of stackables, but we'll see what I gather up, I guess. I guess some potions are stackable, right? Yeah, okay. And scrolls are too. I think I have scrolls of blank paper too. That might count as that 0.6% chance of a. No, that was under armor. Let me look at that again. So my scrolls of blank paper is what I'm wondering about. What are the chances of those becoming something good? They don't have scrolls on this chart. And this is actually what somebody, I guess, wrote in and suggested that they should talk about rings and scrolls on this chart. They don't actually talk about those. All right. As you can see, this is a very complex topic. But back to this section. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to make 7 piles in a row. In a row? How much do I care about weapons, first of all? I mean, I feel like I don't. All I really use is Magic Bane and daggers, and I don't know if I even want more daggers, because I just have so many in my bag of holding that it like weighs me down a lot already. I have 17 plus 5 daggers in my bag of holding and 5 on my person. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to do weapons at all, really. I'm trying to think of what else could be useful weapon-wise. I don't really think anything could be. You know, because given my skills and everything, right? I'm not exactly a weapons master. It's like, what am I going to do with random junky weapons? All right. Thanks for watching, by the way, everybody, and for the couple of likes that I've gotten so far. I appreciate it. Just wanted to give you guys a little shout out there. All right, so we're going to make piles of the armor. Might as well collect scrolls and potions that I don't really care about much. I'm going to avoid wands. I'm going to drop one of the blank spell books. I guess I'll try a blank scroll or two. And I think I'm gonna have to like get into writing down everything that I plan to drop. So I'm gonna pull up some notes on the side. My Google Doc that I keep track of stuff in. Not my Christmas list for Christmas shopping doc. We don't need that one. Rob Bob's getting a pony. All right, polypile. Yeah, so they did mention this takes patience, and because it just takes time. That's just how it is. Right, so I can make 7 squares of stuff. So where do I want to do this first of all? I feel like just intuitively, like an area like this feels like it's good because just it's just straightforward. You got this corridor. Yeah, it's more feels based than reals based probably, but that's fine. All right, so let's collect anything that I guess I'm gonna just wander around and collect anything that seems good for this purpose. I wish I had like a separate bag of holding to just put the stuff I plan on polypiling into. Like that way I just can keep track of it all, but I don't right now, so that's why I'm gonna keep this Google Doc, I guess. So I've already decided I'm skipping the weapons. I don't think I care about the gems either. I guess I could throw a couple of gems in there. I don't know. But there was a whole separate section about how those are nerfed, and I'm kind of afraid to mess with it. Like you can't put rocks, I guess. Can you put worthless glass? I don't know. Yeah, the rocks and worthless glass are special, and they can destroy half the stack. Okay, it doesn't destroy the whole pile, though. I think it's probably fine to throw in a couple of worthless glass, I guess. God, what am I getting into here? All right, so yeah, again, I really wish I had a bag or some kind of container. Okay, let's start with a couple of. I guess I'll do just one stack of 4 pieces of glass, maybe. It wouldn't be one stack if they're different colors, I think. I don't know. We'll just get 4 just for the heck of it. Yellow, blue, red. Yellow, blue, red, and orange. We'll get 1 of each color. Yay. Taking my notes. Yellow, blue, red, orange. 1 each. All right, let's move on. So you can tell I'm, trying to be pretty conservative here and not get too crazy with it. Potion of speed. Potentially actually use that. I think I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it with all junky potions, or even if they're marginally useful, because I get one good luck roll with the dice and get like a potion of gain level. It'll all be worth it, right? That's what I'm telling myself. I guess I might as well check in my bag of holding as well for potions. Blessed sickness, maybe. I don't think I really need sickness. Unblessed sickness. Guess I don't have to take it out right now. How about a monster detection? Cursed healing? Yeah, maybe I'll just throw that in there because who cares? But then I might want to get into the whole sorting by cursed status and stuff. Well, I can identify that. I have the identify spell. I'm not going to worry about that. Infusion. Is that useful much for alchemy? Not really. I think I'm going to just... Oh, actually it can be. Confusion plus gain energy can get you enlightenment if you're lucky. And enlightenment plus levitation can get you the highly coveted gain level potion. All right, so that's why I had confusion hoarded. Not hoarded, but I have one of them. Okay, I guess I'll leave the rest alone for my inventory. Is there any point to the dragon scale? I guess they count as armor, so I might as well take them. They'll transform into some other random armor. They might even count as magic, but I'm not sure. Do the wiki again. Are they magic? They're non-magical. Okay. Good to know. I'm not sure if it would be more entertaining if I showed my Google Doc as I write or what. Guess I might as well so you're not just hearing me tap off to the side. But yeah, this takes time and patience, so it's not going to be action-packed here while I do this. Now here's the armor. This stuff can be heavy to lug around. Yeah, and what I might want to do is actually start placing things in my chosen zone instead of like lugging it all around at once and then placing. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. If this room were slightly bigger, I'd have 7. Well, I can actually do it right here, couldn't I? I don't have to pick up the very heavy armors, basically, or at least not lug them around too far. I could stand right here on the doorway and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be perfect. Let's do it that way. And is there any reason I don't? Well, yeah, most of this is junk. I might want to check out these speed boosts. There's a potential slight chance they're better than what I already have. Like I have +0 speed, but let's identify them right now. They're the same. Okay, uncursed +0. Guess I might as well. Well, they can get damaged. It might be good to have a backup. This is my problem. I get all pack ratty. I think I will choose not to polypile them because they can be useful later on. As a backup, I could potentially come back to it, but I don't want to lug it around. All right, so let's start making our pile. Maybe I should just not take copious notes and just start making the piles here. Put the speed boost out of the way. So all the junky armor can go in these 7 spaces. Plate mail, you can go there. Low boots. Let's start with the first space. I think curse stuff I might want to put in the back, maybe. I don't know. I'll just roll with where it is. I don't care. Low boots can go there. Let's drop the dragon scales. Now remember, we have that n over 1,000 thing for per space, where the golems can really mess up your whole pile. Are these just plain riding boots, or could they be something good? Oh, water walking boots. Do I care about those? Yeah, that could be useful for the plane of water at the end. I wonder if they're in the Ascension kit even. Okay. So it sounds like they're saying they're useful, but when you get to the section known as Vlad's Tower, you're guaranteed to get them anyway. So maybe like, don't worry about it. But I found some proactively. I feel like I should just hold on to those. I think I will. So I'll drop them out here with the other good stuff. Ring mail, hooded cloak, chain mail, dented pot, cloak of invis, which I have no use for. And therefore one good bonus of that is it'll turn into another magical thing with a greater probability. Maybe with that in mind, I do want to dump the water walking. That could potentially turn into the coveted dexterity gloves. And if I'm going to find one at... Like, levitation sort of already covers it, but this would be good if I want to use the ring slot for something else. I could just walk on the water. But that comes with the cost of losing the speed from the speed boots. I think I'll just polymorph it. Elven mithril coat. Sure, that can go somewhere in a pile. Okay, it says put the better stuff in the front, right? So I guess I should put the magical stuff here. Yeah, I guess, yeah, this takes quite a bit of time. Water walking. What else do we want to dump? Invis speed. Some scale mail here. Chainmail here or something. The cloak of invis should be in the front. All right, I got a bunch of junky armor in the back. All right, that's a good start, I think. I'm keeping the extra speed boots. For the food, I don't really know if it's worthwhile to polymorph food. All right, so what do I want to do next? Hey, Bananimous, how's it going, man? I know you've spoken, by the way, about polypiling before, so this is like, I've rarely ever done this in NetHack before, so I'm kind of a noob to it. So right now, I just spent like 20 minutes reading over the wiki entry on polypiling, and now I'm starting to make it happen. And I want to try to get some goodies out of the deal, hopefully. But I'm not taking it too extreme. I don't want to get too crazy with maximizing, the number, getting too crazy about it. I'm just gonna put a bunch of stuff down. Right, so let's gather up more miscellaneous junk. As you can see, this is the castle level, which has so much junk around from all the critters you fight, especially the soldier types who carry a bunch of stuff. Potion of oil, let's do it. Potion of oil, we'll put that in there. I'm taking it easy with the worthless glass because that has a special case that it'll, I don't know, it's hard to get too much value out of the rocks and glass, basically. I don't want to push it. Although, I think it only affects the other rocks and glass, though, negatively. All right, so let's dump some of that. What the hell did I just get? I've been talking, so I'm distracted. Oil potion, sure. That's useful, but I think I have some oil. Ah, oh, shit. I'm levitating, so I broke. Sorry for my language. I know sometimes you're watching with your son, Brad. Yeah, but I forgot I'm levitating, so if you drop the potion, it breaks. All right. So Anonymous said, by the way, if you have a huge stack of things like arrows or daggers, hopefully Elven +7, dip them in holy water first. Blessed items have better probability. Yeah, they have greater chance of not going bad. That's true. But I don't really have much except the daggers I already like. I do need to get those blessed, by the way. But yeah, I'm trying to keep in mind there's a n over 1,000 probability of a pile basically getting absorbed too much by golems. A pile meaning everything in the space. Right now, I'm not anywhere close to where I should carry much. Basically, each item is 0.1% chance of boosting the probability of golems absorbing the stuff in it. That's the bottom line, I guess. All right, let's gather more junk. I gotta be more careful about the levitation and dropping stuff, though. Where's this black dragon? Oh. And I'm gonna not even bother with wands because they explode. Break stuff. Okay, let's kill this black dragon. I'm just going toe-to-toe with dragons without too much difficulty. This one's putting a decent hurt on me, but it heals so fast. It's pretty nice. When I say a decent hurt, I mean I'm losing like 15 hit points. Not that bad. Wow. If I did want to risk wands, there's quite a few here. Let's get scrolls of light and junk like that down there. Yeah, I want to get some armor up there. Junky armor. I can't carry all this, can I? What if I levitate? Does that help? Still stressed. Hello, Emily. Yep. Emily is my lovely wife, for those who haven't met her before. Last week, she walked in on an awkward moment. But now we're not being awkward. We're just being very esoteric here with what we're doing. We're putting piles of junk on the ground. so that I can zap my wand of polymorph, which will transform each thing into a random other object of the same type. Like armor becomes armor, weapons become weapons. And if I'm lucky, I'll get some good stuff out of it through sheer quantity. It's a fun trick you can try in this game. And Stu says Emily Mark is playing with a succubus again. He just finished before he came in. I did not. Oh man, I'm getting told for things that didn't happen. No, I explained to Emily that's like the less than 1% of what this game is about. Mostly it's about killing monsters. As long as you're not averse to monster killing. It kind of always reminds me of that whole thing people talk about, like how in America, violence is okay, but adult content, that's what's racy. You don't want to show the kids adult content, but you know, hacking your way through enemies, that's okay. Yeah, it's true. I'm actually spending more time on the wiki than playing the game, probably. Stu likes to call me out about that. There's a game in here somewhere, too. It's now, you know, I used to call this NETHACK and Chill because it was taking my time. But I had kind of lost that name. I should bring that back. Well, let's drop these gems, by the way. So I think Benonymous here might be the most experienced player in NetHack, at least among the people who are talking. Possibly he or I are more experienced. I think most of you guys, most of my regulars here don't actually play the game, as far as I'm aware. Like Eric and Stu and Brian. Let's get all romper room here. I see Stu. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna forget to put on this levitation ring and fall into one of these trapdoors, drop into the Valley of Death. Valley of the Dead, actually. And, you know, there's gonna be tons of powerful vampires and wraiths and things like that. I can handle them, but it would be kind of a shock. Benonymous says I only ascended a few times. Oh, that's more than my one time. I'm going for 2 now, though. I'm hoping to get it right here. And he adds that mostly exploiting the now disabled black pudding farming. Okay, yeah, I remember you used to talk about that. I used to work with Benonymous here, by the way. And we had like this Slack channel at work where everybody would talk about NetHack. Not everybody, just the 7 or 8 interested parties. And we still have that channel, but it's basically 4 people now, and 3 of them don't play the game actively anymore. So it's like me saying, "Hey, this happened to me in NetHack," and then maybe somebody chimes in like, "Oh, I remember that. I remember that could happen." All right, so paralysis potions might be useful to keep. Keep one. I don't know. I think I saw that in the Ascension kit wiki. All right, yeah, it could be useful. You have to make sure you have a free action ring on because the paralysis liquid could splash on you, and the free action ring makes you resistant to that. So it actually suggests here you wield it and smash it on one of the riders who are, again, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse at the very end of the game. Maybe I ought to, I don't know. I always have to balance my weight limit, stuff I'm carrying with, like, with the, you know, the probability that I'm actually going to use the thing. Trying to think if I have other ways to deal with these. I'm getting way ahead of myself, but like, what do I have to deal with these horsemen of the apocalypse? Probably not a lot. You know what? I'm gonna polypile it. I want to get potions to gain level. All right, let's keep gathering stuff. More junky armor. So armor really weighs you down when you're doing this. Instead of dragon scales, I might as well get. I am hoping I can luck into some good armor. Really, though, it's very unlikely for any non-magical armor to get me anything good. Due to the probability that we looked at earlier. Okay, let's drop more junk. How much is here now? I should probably come to a decision about how much do I want to put in each pile. Because again, there's an n over 1,000 probability that the golem that can form from the stuff will absorb a lot of stuff. I forget if it's everything in the pile or just some random number, but what is basically I have to get into what is the number I'm comfortable with. I think it's definitely under 100. That would be a 10% chance of the golem eating the stuff. Maybe I want to go with like 50 or so, 50 per pile, which means I gotta count count what I have here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a while. For those who expect to see action and hacking and slashing, I apologize. It's this game does reward this kind of patience, though. You really... Oh, it did it again. I'm levitating. I'm just annoyed with myself for getting sloppy. It's acceptable if you forget once, but it's stupid. Okay. I just paralyzed myself, essentially. I'm fine now, though. All right. Next time, I'm not doing it. If I have any more potions left, put it there even. Okay, I've embarrassed myself enough that I think I'll remember next time. I'm not doing wands. I actually want to take the wand of digging. The Ascension kit reminded me, the Ascension kit list reminded me it's good to have a collection of wands of digging for the plane of Earth at the end of the game. I really got to figure out burdened nonsense stuff. So Bananima says, do you have any scroll of Earth for boulders? You can plug the trapdoors. So that's a good point. Part of me says that's silly. I should just remember not to mess up. Here's the deal I'll make with you, Bananas. If I mess up again, I'm doing that. But otherwise, I'm going to try not to mess up. I'm going to try not to mess up, but if I do again, clearly I can't be trusted with this ring of levitation. That's my logic. Scroll of Scare Monster is good to have, they mentioned too, for Ascension kits. So I will keep that, I suppose. Did I want to drop some of these scrolls? And I'm not really clear on the paper. It didn't give me the probabilities of blank paper polymorph. Actually, they didn't talk about scrolls at all, but I can do one of the spell books. I think I'm going to do that, like I said earlier. Genocide, yeah, definitely I'm keeping Genocide. All right, we're going to remove the ring as soon... Oh, I got to put on the ring for starters. To go over the trapdoors. And I'm removing the ring now. Now we're going to make our pile here. We're going to drop spellbook. One of the two blank paper ones, just because, again, I'm a little hesitant to risk both of them. Drop that. I'm going to put the wands of digging in the bag of holding. And I'm going to do the ritual again. I do not have the wand of cancellation selected. I'm pressing enter. Okay. That would be a game ender. You would hear me curse more than you ever had. My wife, if she's still watching, will probably hear me curse harder than she's heard me curse before. And she's lived with me for many years at this point. Well, we did have a small fire in the house on Sunday. I don't know if I would be that intense as when we had our small fire. We had like a little oven fire. We managed it without any damage, and everybody's fine. But honestly, I don't think I cursed that much, but it was an intense, stressful moment for sure. Hello, bug. You want to die? Okay, giant beetle. I'm going to eat him just because I'm not satiated. Hello, beetle. Yum. Hello, Naga. A bunch of stuff here I might as well look into. I'm not sure how much I want to do with the armor. That's right. I'm trying to get a t-shirt. So yeah, we're going nuts with the armor for sure. Of course, the plate mail is different. All this for a t-shirt. Putting on the levitation. Because I got to drop this very heavy plate armor. I'm levitating over the trapdoors now. And now that I'm past the trapdoors, I'm removing the ring of levitation. Should have done it a little closer because now moving is difficult. Whatever. Dropping plate, low boots, gloves, helmet. All right, we said we were going to go with 50 per space. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need like a WC command. Be Anonymous knows what I'm talking about here. WC-L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I could just paste this into an editor. I'm afraid I'm going to mess something up and like submit commands to the terminal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. It's 31 per screen. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. So knowing 31 per screen can help me count faster later. I could even round it to 30. And that varies depending on like the size of your font and stuff. So it's not like a fixed number to remember for all future NetHack plays, unfortunately. All right. Put back on the Ring of Levitation. And let's check out some more of these piles. Yeah, I'm not caring about, I'm not doing wands, I'm not doing weapons, I'm not doing food. Definitely doing armor, so let's keep going with that, I guess. Is there a trapdoor underneath me here? Is that what it said? Hold on. No, I think I'm just reading an old message and being confused. Okay. That's a lot of stuff to carry. A lot of leather cloaks. Splint mail's gonna like put me over the edge pretty much. All right, let's go over back to the pile. Everybody back to the pile. I am levitating. I am good. The number 4 up there. That tends to be dragons I've seen on this level. I'm levitating over the trapdoors. Past the trapdoors. I'm in my pile space. I'm removing. I don't even have potions, and I'm being super careful. It's good to do this though. If you like announce what you're doing, it helps you focus. At least for me. That's how my weird brain works, I guess. Right. So. Splint mail skills. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Now we got 31 for this screen. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That takes us to 51 items. I'll call that good. I don't need to be at perfect exactly at 50. So space 1 is good. It's at its capacity. It's at my risk tolerance capacity, basically. And I could get nothing out of this, by the way. Nothing useful. Putting on levitation. I am now levitating. Right, is there anything more over here? Not doing weapons, not doing food. Potion of paralysis. Yeah, I want to do that. This time I'm going to do it right. I'll get the armor too. Unfortunately, the ring mail might mean I have to go there pretty much now. I can squeeze a little more to my inventory. Might as well do amulet. If I can get amulet of like life saving, that would be fantastic. The Anonymous says that magic items have a decent chance to change into another magic item. Yeah, I definitely want to put those on the first space, so I might shuffle stuff around. More armor. This is the heavy stuff. Part of me thinks I shouldn't be wasting my time with all the really heavy armor. Because I have to keep going back and forth more with those. But I'm going to do it anyway. Because I'm done. All right, I'm levitating, going over the trapdoors. I'm in the first space. Remove levitation. All right, let's drop. Actually, let's drop the junky heavy armors in the next space. All the junky armors can go here. And I want to get magic stuff, like the potion in this first space. And the amulet of ESP. I guess the first 3 spaces are guaranteed, actually, so I don't really... I don't know. It did say put the stuff you really want to polymorph in the first space. I think the first 3 is all good. But now I'm going to pick up just a couple more junk from this first space and put in the next one. Okay. Was there anything else I wanted to drop in this trip? I did want to drop some rings. Let me take some junky rings out of my inventory. Warning I have intrinsically. Teleport control. It pains me to drop it because it's so valuable, but I have that intrinsically. I'm gonna like double check just out of paranoia. And I'm like, I know I do have it, but wizards. I'm just looking up wizard in the wiki. Technically, I could get drained in level and then lose it, but I'm not going to worry about that outcome. I'm hopefully not stupid. No, I mean, I can handle that. What do you got to say? Be anonymous. Distribute concentrations of types. Like if one pile has too much armor, spread it out to other piles. Helps keep golem chances down. Oh, that. Okay, yeah, that's right. Well, I mentioned material. I think it's more important than types for that purpose. But that's most of the armor is all iron, so I think even if that's how it works, it's probably a good idea. What you're saying. Anyway, I'm gonna drop teleport control. Sustainability, I'm gonna drop. Excuse me. A lot of work to do this. You have to be crazy to play this game. Let me just think about sustainability. That I don't care about that because of my unicorn horn is what I'm thinking. Yeah. You can always get into, well, what if I need a backup of this, or what if I lose it? I found you're better off not getting crazy like that. Otherwise, you have backups of everything, and you're carrying, like, everything. So, I'm going to say I have this base covered, essentially. Stealth, I don't have covered. I guess I'll hold on to it, even though I'm not planning anything. Regeneration is great to keep that. I'm not going to get rid of that. Polymorph control, I don't think I'm going to use it, but it could potentially be hugely powerful. Invisibility I have intrinsically. I'm going to drop that. Protection from shape changers. I don't have any concern about that. Of shape changers, they're kind of wusses. Poison resistance, I have that intrinsically. Excuse me. I guess I'm going to just drop these and I'll keep the rest. You know, you could probably argue blessed +1 ring of increased accuracy is kind of meh. But, you know, maybe possibly in the end game I could use that. There's probably better rings to put on. I don't know. I'm going to go with what I've selected here. You can debate this mentally forever. But yeah, I'm going to spread out some iron stuff, I think. Or armor, basically. Like Brad suggested. It's okay if I just call you Brad. I've already spilled the beans on your anonymity, be anonymous. By calling you Brad accidentally. Secret's out. Sorry. Your secret identity is out. Yeah, so I'll put a couple of these rings in the first slot, I guess, and I'll move some of the armor over. Be anonymous says no. Oops, I spilled the beans. I'll spread out some of the armor. I have the Gremlins theme in my head because my daughter is obsessed with Gremlins, and we watched it together. The first Gremlins movie as a family just the other day. But she's been obsessed with it long before she'd been brave enough to watch it. She's been really into Gizmo and watching clips of it. Just for a while, she was watching just like clips from the movie, but omitting all the Gremlins because they were too scary. But gradually, she got accustomed to the Gremlins. She got braver and braver. But yeah, we're kind of an all Gremlins house right now. She just had her birthday recently. She got a little Gizmo doll that you turn on the power button and it kind of wiggles and sings the Gizmo song. I guess I have a lot of leather stuff here too. Should I spread that out? I think so. I think it's material based. I think that's what I just read. All right. And I got to dump some of these rings. I'm keeping levitation. That is not on the dump list. I'm dumping sustainability warning. Poison resistant. Okay. This is pretty. It has me like. This is giving me butterflies. Like I'm excited. This is like NETHACK Christmas coming up, or it could be a lump of coal. You don't know. It's exciting, and you have to be very careful in your planning. You can see I've already screwed up my. Ooh. Spell book. I'm gonna identify that right away and then read it. Levitation. Look at that. That's cool. I mean, I'm thinking late in the game there's going to be so much competing for my magical power. But just to be able to have a spell that means I don't need to use one ring slot for levitation necessarily, I think that sounds great. The downside, I think levitation expires, so it's not like a toggle like with the ring. So I'm trying to remember, does it... It won't surprise you, I think. I think it gives you some messages that you're gently, you know, losing altitude or whatever. Because otherwise that would be like, oh, sorry, you crashed to the ground, and that could be devastating. Oh no, Be Anonymous has extra tips that are like kind of more than I can handle probably. He says if you use your wand of stone to flesh to turn rocks into meatballs, that alone is hilarious. Bless a huge stack of them and polypile, thinking you have a ton of high quality food. Wait a minute, what kind of... Are meatballs really high quality food? Actually, I thought I read if you polypile meatballs, you make a flesh golem. I guess that's only if you fail the saving roll for that stack. But yeah, you would make a flesh golem in that case. Well, I don't have stone to flesh anyway, so I guess it's a moot point. Oh, I do stone to flesh. Look at that. I forgot about that. I have the spell. I don't even need the wand of stone to flesh. I can make lots of meatballs. Well, anyway, I think I have K rations, which is what I'm going for. I'm ditching the food rations. I've kind of dumped all my food rations. K rations are more efficient weight-wise and in terms of number of turns to eat. No, I don't have a wand of stone to flesh. Does that even exist? I don't know. Anyway, levitation. Might as well read it. Let's do it. You add levitation to your repertoire. I think I'm going to, from this point on, I should have done this earlier, but from this point on, start marking how many reads I've had on each spell book. Particular object, because each one can only have 3 reads, and it doesn't tell you that. Like most things, if you have identified, it'll tell you charges, but this is like a separate, you know, variable than charging, so it doesn't count. Sort of read one time. All right, so let's put that into my bag of holding, and I'm probably still burned at that point. No, not burned. Okay. Okay, why don't we try out our new levitation spell? Oh, the ogre disappears out of sight. I think it fell into a trap door. Or maybe the ice vortex ate it. Fog cloud ate it, maybe. Not ice vortex. So I'm going to try the levitation spell, and I think it'll give you a warning when you start to descend. So it's not like, oh, you crashed and burned. Oh, I actually have a very bad probability of casting it. I guess. Yes, level 4 escape. And I have not been leveling up escape. I have actually forgotten haste stealth, unfortunately. And I think I accidentally blanked out that spell book, so that's unfortunate. But I don't know, let's try casting it anyway. You start to float in the air. Okay, it worked. There's the ogre. Yeah, this is just kind of my test run. I want to remind myself about how it informs you if you're about to... Your levitation is about to expire. Pretty sure it tells you. All right, here's some more junky armor. Unfortunately, I can't toggle this now. I want to get down to pick up the object. Yes, this is why the spell isn't great. What if I cast it again? Would it like make me... I could just stop guessing and look it up. That's how I'm playing, right? Levitation. To spell. Actually, I think you need to look up spell book. Here we go. It's similar to the potion. Yes, you can't toggle it again, but you do get warning messages when it's about to expire. Wait, hold on. Oh, you can land at will, it says. But you have to be skilled? Is that what it says? Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's cool. You can land at will, but you need to be skilled. I'm not good at this particular type of spell, which is escape. I have, I think, basic. Let me check it out. Yeah, I'm holding off on leveling up divination, even though I can, because I don't want to spend a skill slot on it, because I don't really have much use for divination besides identify, which I already cast well anyway. But yeah, my escape is actually unskilled. So if I use this enough, I can level it up. But it's like, how often am I going to use it? All right, we'll see how that develops, I guess. But it would be good to have that skilled. It's just I would need to go from unskilled to basic, and then basic to skilled. So I'd kind of have to just intentionally cast it a ton. Then I'd be pretty much always levitating. That's how I see it anyway. What are you saying there, Benonymous? Sometimes you can get less tins of meat from desirable creatures. Oh, if you polypile like meatballs or something? I've kind of been excluding food in this particular polypile effort. But if you can get tins of valuable meat, maybe that's something to reconsider. I mean, I don't need spinach anymore. Seems like it would be you have to get very lucky to get successful with that. I guess that's all of this, though, really. Right, so I have to wait for the levitation to expire. Oh, look, you float slightly lower. You wobble unsteadily in the air. You float gently to the floor. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, that's not the best. Okay, I'm picking up some more armor. My goodness. At what point do I want to stop with the armor, though? I mean, it's just... It would be really great to get a t-shirt. I got to keep reminding myself. The t-shirt, man. You know, I want to pause on this armor for now. Just because I want to explore other piles. I keep, like, getting armor and having to go to my polypile section. And like, is there anything else? Like potions? Do I want to do a little bit of food? I don't know. Here's some candy bars and cream pies. Sure, maybe I'll throw a little bit of food toward the end of the line. 7 squares. Right, but I want to explore more just to see what I have in these piles. What was that I just saw? Oh. Some more junk. Hello, a large mimic. Let's kill it. Pole sickle. More armor and junk. Yeah, these soldiers just have so much armor and weapons. Gotta be careful once I get near the moat. There's a fountain here. Golden Naga casts a spell and becomes transparent. Okay. Okay, I'm concerned now. I'm getting close to the water. I think this is where the drawbridge was, but it's gone. And is it ice here? I think it's ice here, but I don't know if it's ice anymore. How do I see that? I can do terrain. Without monsters, objects, and traps. Okay, there's nothing. I think there's nothing there. I don't know. I guess this is actually... I think this is the space of the drawbridge, actually. Maybe. I'm not sure, actually. I'm going to just put on the Ring of Levitation just to avoid any surprises. All right. Does the item kind of count as magical if it just had pluses on it? I don't think so, right? So really, it looks like basically I've got armor. But this might be an amulet right here. Oh, there we go. Another amulet to throw in the pile. I'm going to scroll over here. All right, so let me put on the levitation. I am currently levitating, confirmed by eyeball. Looks good to me. It's a lot of stuff in this space. There is a doorway here. That means there is no water, correct? God, I don't want to land. I'm too scared to try that. Doorway. Yeah, I think if it says there's a doorway, it cannot be water. If I went over the water, let me just try it. I'm levitating. I'm confirming again. Going to the left. Belucatherium's attacking me, by the way. If it could, yeah, if it colon, it says there's a pool of water here. So that's the difference. There's definitely land to my right. Let's go back here and let them. They're not going to come to me because they have water. You know, I got to take a quick break, guys. I'm going to be back in just 2 minutes. So let me do that, and let me take that break, and I'll be right back. All right, all right. Stop it, organ man. Cut the organ. No, not that organ. Okay. Thanks for sticking with me. All right, Belucatherium. It's basically a prehistoric creature or something that I should be scared of if I were not a near god, practically. I shouldn't get too confident. Not there yet, really. Right, so what was I doing? Just checking out stuff. Yeah, I was concerned about whether there's water to my left. There is not. I have levitation on. Let me just kill these guys who are complicating matters slightly. Keeping an eye on everything. Just because I said something with overconfidence, I'm afraid I could die somehow. What can a golden naga cast? They cast stuff. I should not take that lightly. I'm actually going to get off the water. Let's do that. And now let's cast a magic missile downward. I should be casting stuff, right? Oh. Did I forget magic missile? Shoot. This could be what doesn't mean it. No, I'll be fine. But I might have to reread magic missile. I forgot it was low. I'm just rewinding my stream to see what it said in the menu. Like, did I have 0% retention at this point? I guess it must have been that, right? Yeah, it's gone. Oh, I should have read that more carefully. That's okay. I can apply a unicorn horn to get out of this minor jam I'm in. I'm basically stunned and confused from trying to cast a spell that I don't know. But applying the unicorn horn will help me get out of that. All right. The hell is a field of force around it? I guess I really shouldn't underestimate things that can cast spells. I'm still stunned, however. Let's use the unicorn horn again. Nothing seems to happen again. You're steadier now. Titanothere hits. Feel as if you need some help. What is that? Is it trying to curse me? I should be resistant to that, though. I think that's a resist message. Yeah, I gotta kill this thing. The monster has used the curse item spell against you and attempted to curse something in your inventory. Okay, it would give you a different message if it had actually cursed something, though. It was an attempt, but it failed. All right, so what can I zap at it now they don't have magic missile? I could do Force Bolt, but I'm probably better meleeing. I could cast Sleep. Let's put it to sleep. Let's see if that works. Okay, it's asleep now. I can finish killing the Naga before it casts more crap at me. Yeah, I was getting a little cocky there. I gotta check myself. All right, Titanothere, it's dead. Balukatherium, it's dead. Let's eat one of these in celebration. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, now I'm satiated again. All right. Do some weapons. Longsword and a large shield. This space to my right is not water, right? Good lord, I'm so paranoid. So easy to accidentally step into water and ruin your game. The right of me is not water. Another wand of digging, I'll take that. Let's identify it. That's right. I need to read my spell book of Magic Missile when I have a moment. I'll call this my moment. Put on my towel quick to see if there's any monsters around me. It looks like no. Oh, what's the red Q? I'm just curious. That is a Leocrata. Okay. But yeah, putting on the lenses improves your chance of reading the spell book correctly. I don't think I have any fail chance really. Oops, I just put on the towel again. The lenses is what I want. Let's take out Spellbook of Magic Missile. Now, unfortunately, I lost my Fireball spellbook. So that sucks. But I can always write it again. Magic Missile. When I read this, I believe it'll be my second time reading the book, so I'll have to note that. I'll say read 2 times, I think, or something like that. Not, yeah, I definitely read this book. I didn't start with the spell, so it would be 2 times. All right, restored this knowledge of Magic Missile. It's now at 100% retention. That's good. Healing is almost gone, but I don't really use it. I think I might have lost that spellbook. Anyway, let's put the spellbook back in. Oh, I meant to name it. Shoot. Read 2 times is what I want to call it. Type, not the type. In my particular object, lowercase j, read 2 times. Put it in the bag of holding. Okay. All right, where are we? Satiated burn, not levitating right now. Scroll is gone. Okay. Some more junk. Iron skull. Okay. Oh, there was an amulet here, but I think it got picked up and moved. That's why I found an amulet of ESP elsewhere. Somebody picked it up and dropped it elsewhere, I guess. Stu says it's intermission time. You missed the intermission, I think. I played the music and I took a 2-minute break. All right. I guess we'll keep piling junk. It looks like we're basically at the point of pretty much just armor. I guess I'll do some food too. I don't know if I'm gonna go crazy with. I'm gonna do a little bit of it. I'm gonna do a little bit of it. Benonymous had the idea of make meatballs. I'm gonna do a little bit for the fun of it. You pick up rocks. You cast stone to flesh on the rocks. Stone to flesh is ostensibly only about. Oh, if someone's turning into stone, you can cure it, including yourself. But you can also take rocks and turn them into meatballs with that spell. It's hilarious. Here is a water elemental. Should be no problem. To my right is safe. Here's my paranoia in play. Okay. This game has taught me, this game as well as software engineering has taught me to be paranoid about how easy it is to make a mistake that ruins your day. But I can't write unit tests or integration tests in NetHack. Stu says since they have iron skull caps in the game, I assume they have leather skull caps also. I don't think they do actually. They have leather helmets, but not leather skull caps. And they don't have yarmulkes, by the way. All right, I gotta. Every time I go on a silly tangent, I'm like, all right, let me just remember what I'm doing here. So we do have a couple of monsters in my face. I don't know what they are. A number 1 and a 2. They should be fine. Stu says an anti-Semitic. Yeah, not anti-Semitic. Well, I don't think it is. But we could always request, put that in as a feature request, a yarmulke. Or we could always make our own fork of the game. It's open source. All right, let's put on the levitation ring. I am currently levitating. I see the status lev. Let's go. The Akrata. Okay, I killed that. Let's look at all this stuff. Ooh. There's a doorway here, which we established is safe. But let's get rid of these enemies first. Rock Piercer. Water Elemental. Was that, a dingo? The dingo ate my baby. Alright, so I'm going to remove levitation so I can pick up. I guess I'm just back to picking up crappy armor again. I'll continue with my collection of hay rations. I should have like 13. That's probably plenty. You never know how bad famine is going to be. The one time I got to that part of the game, I won the game, and I didn't actually have to deal with famine. I should watch my old replay eventually. I remember finding the riders, like I got really lucky with the riders. Again, the riders are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, basically. And famine never, I think none of them ever hit me or something like that. And I didn't even find all 4 of them somehow. So famine is the one I hear is a little bit scary. Well, they're all scary in their own ways, but famine just makes you hungry very fast, and you could just starve to death. You could get to this point where you're fainting due to hunger, and then somebody else can easily kill you. So you want to have quick and easy food to eat that's very filling too, and K-ration fills that need, among other things. Anyway, let's pick up some more junk armor here. Ooh, so much junk armor. This is going to be really weighing me down. I'm stressed. All right, let's, am I levitating? No. Let's do it and dump my current load. Carefully go through. I'm still levitating. Yeah, I'm levitating. Levitating. All right, let's remove the levitation. So, what the heck am I doing? I guess I'm going to spread out some armor. It doesn't have to be at the beginning. How much stuff is here? Just a bunch of armor. Oh my god. Okay, let's put some of the armor here at this point. I'm kind of playing this by feels to some degree. It's like, it's hard to be perfect about this. All right. I'm gonna drop some of this food. I think I was. I don't really want this junk. How much do I care about food? Not much. I'll put it here anyway. I don't know. Not much in this third space actually. I'm gonna make some meatballs though, just because it's fun. I'll try a little bit of meatball polymorphing. It's like 2 levels of polymorphing, except my stone to flesh doesn't technically count as polymorphing. It's actually a healing spell. I'm healing the poor rocks and curing them of their stone status, and by making them into meatballs. I guess I could just get these foods here. Anyway, right now I'm burdened, so I should resolve that. I don't need the bugle on hand. That was basically for the drawbridge. I would feel better if if I'm not burdened when I don't have any of the junk that I plan to put in there. There we go. I'm not burdened at the moment by a hair. Probably don't need like lightning wand on my person. I don't know. I like to have something combat-y in case like all else fails. And wand of death is a bit too much for some situations. Right. What am I doing? That's fine. I think there's a bunch of rocks right here. I can always otherwise make some with a wand of digging. Yeah, 18 rocks. I could do that. I would consider that being not going too crazy with it. Do I want to get a little crazy with the meatballs? Sorry, I'm a little wacky tonight. What do you do? Just zap it at it? I guess you do. Let's drop the rocks. 18 rocks should be good enough. Zap, stone to flesh, 32% fail rate, so it might not work. You smell a delicious smell. 18 meatballs. I have turned rocks into meatballs. I was gonna make a Jesus joke. Let's not go there with Jesus, like water into wine. All right, I'm a little bit burdened because I am carrying 18 meatballs. Let's levitate. I don't even need to levitate, but I'm doing it anyway. It makes it so I'm not burned. I don't know the math for that, but when you're levitating, it makes you a little less encumbered, but not fully. So let's drop some meatballs. Anonymous says, yay. Yeah, he likes the meatballs. Let's put 4. I don't know. I guess stacks of 4 is where you want to call it, right? So I'm dropping 4 meatballs here. I'll drop. I don't really have much in this second square. I'm like already getting a little too more spread out than I need to be. Hold on. What is my meatballs? Z. So drop 4Z here. Drop 4Z here. Drop 4Z there. All right, so I got a bunch of meatballs on the ground now. Meatball and spaghetti. This is nuts. This is nuts. What else do I have to do? Just get more armor? Dump more food? I guess I feel like I might as well put more junk like in the 7th square, 6th square, 5th square. I have barely anything there. I still have not a lot on even the 2nd and 3rd squares. Yeah, let's just dump some food. I don't know. Doesn't have to be meatballs, even though they're the most fun food. Let's drop 4 food rations, maybe. Fortune cookies, drop candy. All right, let's go with that. Okay. All right, I feel like at this point, I already decided I'm not doing weapons. It's basically, do I want to get more armor is pretty much all that's left at this point, I guess. Did I explore this hallway here? For purposes of polypiling? I think I did. I don't think I went down here, though. It's a mirror. That might be worth throwing in there because it's a tool. I don't think it counts as a magic tool. Let me check out that area. Levitate. I am levitating, confirmed. Hello, Naga. Red Naga's my buddy, apparently. The yellow one was not. She was casting all garbage at me. Who is the H? Is a peaceful frost giant, and this guy is a peaceful elf lord. Because I am an elf. Here's some more armor junk. Appreciate all the viewers tonight. Thank you for watching me play NetHack. My small, humble channel doesn't usually get this many viewers, so it's always exciting when I do get like 13 viewers. 14 now, woohoo! And thanks for the likes. I appreciate the likes. I also don't get a lot of likes on my small, humble channel. I actually think it's cool that it's fun to watch this sort of thing. I would think that this feels almost like I'm just doing like bookkeeping rather than exciting swords and sorcery, but I guess it has its own charm. I mean, if you know NetHack, this is kind of an exciting thing to do. To see how it turns out. All right, this is getting. I'm strained. Do I want to just go now? Let me get the mirror, I guess. Get the leather armor. That's gonna really be a little nuts. All right, let's do it. I'm using levitation. I am levitating. I'm going so slow because I'm strained. My satiated just wore off. Like saw something shift around in my statuses. I had to like mentally process that. Be sure I'm good. A bunch of ones appeared up there. What is that area? Is that the moat? Like I haven't explored there. Let me just check that out. I'm curious. Got my castle map here. And it looks like it's it looks like it's this line of land areas above the moat. I don't think there's anything useful there, but it looks like monsters could spawn there and live the rest of their natural lives stuck on the other side of the moat. All right, so we're levitating, just confirming that. Let's drop more junk. Remove the levitation. Too bad I didn't get really good at watching my levitation before I dropped like 3 potions or destroyed 3 potions. What the hell did I just do? Okay, let's cancel. Sometimes you're in the menu, you hit the wrong thing, you're like, cancel. You drop a small shield. For some reason, my brain read a small salad, and I was like, what? I don't think I dropped a small salad. Right. Okay. That's all the junk armor. And a mirror I was going to do. I don't think there's really much to expect from that, but I'll do it anyway. All right. I think I will polymorph the bell of opening. Who needs that? Oh, I have 2 pairs of jumping boots. I thought I had one that was cursed and I ditched it. I think I was remembering wrong. So I actually have 2 pairs of jumping boots, which means I might as well dump the better one with the hopes that it turns into a good magic item. I might want to ditch the elven cloak too. Well, that's not actually magical, is it? It provides stealth, but I think that's just it's elvish goodness, and it's not actually magical. Well, let me check that. Oh, it is magical. I mean, technically, stealth could be useful, but I don't see me putting that cloak on anymore. So I'm gonna actually drop that for the polypiling as well. Okay. So yeah, let's do some more of this nonsense. I think again the second space I'm not really putting too much in. I can put more there. Anonymous says 17 plus 5 daggers could poly to a plus 5 silver. I think I just want to keep my daggers because I'm actually a ninja at them. And I cannot use Silver Saber effectively, nor can I train it as a wizard. I might be able to get to basic, but let me check on that. I feel like I already mentally excluded Silver Saber as part of my strategy, but maybe I was premature. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Wizard. I think I want to keep the daggers nonetheless. But let me see if I can get Saber. Yeah, I can't even get basic level of Saber, so I think I don't want to do that. Well, I think really the best weapons for me are my artifact weapon and daggers. That's it. I mean, the daggers could be elven daggers. That would be a hair better. But I don't want to sacrifice my daggers that I spent so much time enchanting. So I'm going to just not do that with the daggers. I mean, maybe I'm not playing the odds best or something, but I like to have my dagger. All right, so I'm dropping more stuff. Elven cloak that's rotted. Anything else? I'm not sure what happens with the blank paper, as I mentioned. Maybe I'll try one of them. Let's just drop one blank paper scroll. We'll see what happens. Did I drop one of the unicorn horns? Hold on. Did I put it in my... There we go. There's 2 unicorn horns there. 2 extras. Let's drop those both. Those could become, if I'm lucky, magic markers, which would be great. Because I might spend a wish on a magic marker. And to avoid wasting a wish would be fantastic. The other unicorn horn, I don't know. How's this space doing? I guess I'll just put it here. All right, I'm thinking maybe it's time to just do it. Let me just take one more peek into my bag. I guess gold doesn't transform into anything. Well, maybe some of these scrolls that I don't use. Scrolls of light. Cursed scroll of enchant armor. I mean, you can always enchant that. I mean, bless that possibly. Stinking cloud I don't really use. Let me do both the stinking clouds. Scare monsters are good to have. I think I'm going to keep those. Earth, I feel like could get me out of a jam eventually. I don't really use them often, but it could be good to have. Yeah, let's drop some of these. And Stu says he does stinking clouds without even magic. Oh, this channel would be far less entertaining without Stu's commentary. Stu's Game Reviews. By the way, you should check out his channel if you haven't already. He does some fun streams too. I was watching him play Phantasmagoria a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago. The CD-ROM game from like 1994 that or 95 or so that upset people. It upset your mom probably. I didn't watch your. Did you ever like do part 2 of that? I don't think I saw that announced. Anyway, Stu said when I was younger and played Pool of Radiance, whenever we casted Stinking Cloud, we said how the guy was farting on the orcs or whatever. All right, that makes it's like a no-brainer. You might as well make that joke. And Stu said he did do part 2 of Phantasmagoria. Oh, I must have not seen the notification, or one of your streams that you started too late for me or whatever. Anyway, I'm fiddling with my inventory because I'm getting distracted. Let me decide anything else I want to dump here. That's right. In those games, those SSI games, I do remember it being quite a powerful spell. It was like nuking a whole group of guys. They would be like, I don't know, would they be like paralyzed or something? I feel like. Anyway. I'm looking at my various healing types of spells and I don't know. I feel like regular healing isn't really great, although it does have alchemical purposes. Like you can upgrade them to healing. I'll drop... Maybe I'll dump those anyway. I'll dump a couple of these healings. Water... feel like I decided not to drop sickness, so I can't remember why. Was it for polypiling? I mean, alchemy purposes? Let me just check real quick. Sickness. No, I don't really feel like there's a good... Okay, I mean, you can put sickness in the crafting path for gaining a level, but you're better off starting at something later in the chain. Basically, you can make water into sickness, which you can make into fruit juice, into booze, into confusion, into enlightenment, into gain level. I think I'll just drop the sickness. I'm not down with the sickness right now. And drop... Oh, I didn't actually drop these. I just put them in my inventories. Healing, sickness, first healing. I'll keep full healing, of course. All right. I feel like we got some pretty good piles. I'll take a look at more potions. Is there any more? Any more scrolls, maybe? Maybe one of the earths. I guess I have plenty of extra teleports. Some of them are cursed. Drop 2 teleports and 1 earth, maybe? I mean, the earths are rare. Teleports are plentiful. Maybe I'll just do 3 teleports. I don't know. Starting to think about maybe I'm overthinking things at this point. Why don't we just go with it at this point? Let's do it. I want to identify that teleport. All right. Think I'm gonna do it. Be anonymous. If you think there's something I'm glaringly missing or forgetting, or if anyone can point out anything I'm forgetting that I said I wanted to add to the pile, speak now or forever hold your peace, I guess. Imagine I accidentally zap cancellation instead. That would just cancel everything that's magical. Let's take out a wand of polymorph. 7 charges and I have another. I actually have 3 wands of polymorph. One of them is cursed. So I could potentially use 17 charges worth. Find a lucky tick number. What's the tick number? Ticket number? Lotto ticket number? Maybe that's what it is. All right, so I'm not levitating. Not that it matters. I guess I'm just going to do it. For some reason, this is like... There's been so much buildup. I'm like, okay. I'm like nervous to even do it. Oh, another lucky turn or time number. I got you. Take one more peek in my bag of holding. Anything else? I mean, I can always use multiple charges of the wand. So if it turns out to be a bunch of junk, I can do it again, or I can take out the few things that are not junk. I guess it's kind of the whole point of this strategy, I guess. What about the frost horn? I don't actually use that. That's a magic tool. And that could potentially turn into a magic marker, right? Let me just verify it's a magic tool. I think it is. I mean, I can't imagine it's a non-magical horn that blasts cold at your enemies. Yeah, let's drop that. The frost horn. Lesser food. I feel like I dumped enough food. I mean, I could always add more, but... Well, let me look at what I got. Maybe I'll dump a few lesser foods. I appreciate the suggestions, by the way. Yeah, let's drop frost horn right here. Worthless glass. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to be careful with the worthless glass, but I don't think I have any in my inventory, right? Well, there might be a few more I can just gather. I think there's a few more here. I was being like super cautious initially. Yeah, let's just dump these around. All it is they're more likely to get destroyed, but they don't affect other things in their destruction, really. I'm aware of. All right. lesser food we were gonna do. Maybe I'll put some here in this 4th slot. Just a couple of things, maybe. An apple. I don't know, fortune cookie. I just want to dump some garbage mostly. Remove some slots of pointless stuff. Clove of garlic. I mean, what's not really any serious chance of needing that, but I don't know. How about the pancakes? We remember the pancakes aren't bad. We determined last time. I'm gonna drop them anyway. I have the K ration. All right, I'm gonna do it. No more dilly dallying. Let's do it. I think I'm in the right space. Yep. Got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now again, for those who missed the logic before, the first 3 spaces are guaranteed to get hit by the wand. And then there's an ever decreasing probability from that point on up to a maximum of 7 spaces. I'm probably, these stacks are probably not huge enough that I even need to space it out this much, but I don't know. I'm being a little, kind of erring on the side of caution, I guess. So let's do it. Here we go. Polymorph, capital X, not lowercase x, which is teleport. You might see something like a golem appears. Here we go. I'm doing it. You feel shuddering vibration. Okay, I mean, that's bound to happen to some things, right? Okay, I see a couple of different things. Rings. These rings changed. I already have conflict and invisibility is kind of garbage. Octagonal eye. I mean, that's a new one to me. I haven't identified. So that could be the one I really want, which is life-saving. A bunch of garbage armor. Spellbook of levitation. I guess that one didn't work. Or was that the... I dropped a blank spellbook. So I have 2 levitation now, actually. Probably worth polypiling one of those. Mostly a bunch of garbage armor. Okay, so that amulet is especially interesting, but let's pick up anything that looks good. Amulet. Water walking boots. I think that didn't get affected. Spellbook of levitation. Probably, well, do I want to just... I have to look up how the polypiling works again for the spellbooks, because I think it's different if it's a known... If it's a real spellbook as opposed to blank. Hallucination, I probably just want to zap again, I guess. But let me review the levitation. I mean, the spellbook rules. Speed, okay. These are good rings. I just don't know if I want them. I got an amethyst stone out of one of the rocks, or one of the glass, perhaps. Let's identify the octagonal amulet before we proceed. Restful sleep. Okay, I don't want that one. That's an amulet, and you put it on, and you fall asleep. It's not cursed, though. I would think they would normally spawn as cursed. Oh, it's not spawning, so I guess that's why. All right, so that's garbage. That can be dropped again in this very same square. With the hopes that I get, Oh, I forgot to drop those food items. The fortune cookie, pancake, and apple. Whatever. That's fine. Let's identify these rings. Like, how much is the adornment? That could be useful to pump my charisma. I feel like probably not really, though. Plus 1 ring of adornment. Yeah, I'm dropping that. Do some more identification. It's so nice to have to identify a spell, by the way. Ring of conflict, I already got one. Uncursed like my existing one, so. In my bag of holding, I have, uncursed ring of conflict, so I can drop that on the ground and try again. Ring of invisibility, that's, not really useful. Well. All right, let's check the next square. Yeah, I took the amethyst. I like to have gems, yeah. I have to look up what I can do with the spellbook. Is it worth zapping again? I think you lose a charge of not a charge, a reading. You cast it being read 1 extra time if it's not blank, basically. That's my understanding. Here, what do we get? 2 scrolls to remove curse. One of the tools turned into a pickaxe. Hawaiian shirt, yeah! I was thinking, like, you know, if I get anything out of this mess of the armor, I really want a Hawaiian shirt. All right, Hawaiian shirt. Now I can look like, I can dress up like Weird Al Yankovic. And that's what I was going for. Yeah, Be Anonymous got excited at the same time. I don't know if I care that much about remove curse, but it's good to have, though. Right, so the Hawaiian shirt stew, it's not good in and of itself, but it is an extra slot of armor to put something on. It gives you no armor class, but it's a slot that's unoccupied by anything else right now. It goes under my armor. And its only purpose really is I can put enchantments on it. So it's another slot to pile enchantments onto and improve my armor class with. So that's really all it's good for. Yeah, so cool. I'm taking that for sure. Let's check out these rings. Increase accuracy. Mostly garbage, but that's how it goes with polypiling. Let's identify the Hawaiian shirt. It is an uncursed +0 Hawaiian shirt. Okay. Let's identify these rings. Most of these are going to be garbage again, but you know, increase accuracy if it's a high number. That could be nice. Plus 1 ring of endurance. That means I'm going to drop it. It gives me 1 charisma. The only real point for charisma I have is maybe with succubuses, but that's a factor of, I think, charisma and intelligence, is it? And basically my intelligence is enough to make up for any lack of charisma. Also, you get better prices at stores, but I pretty much found no stores the whole game, or close to none. Let's see what the increased accuracy does. +1. I think I have a +3 already. Yeah, that's increased damage. All right, let's just drop the increased accuracy, I suppose. But yeah, mostly. I mean, I don't know what I'm expecting with the armor besides Hawaiian shirt. I think the generic non-magical armor isn't really anything I care about at this point. So it might be worth just clearing out the pile of those things. At which point there'll be basically nothing in these piles. Well, that's right. There's this tiny chance, 0.6% for each one, that it might turn into a magical armor, is what we determined. Let's check the next square. Potion of levitation. Is that one of the ones you can turn into good stuff? Yeah, that's one of the key ingredients for the gain level potion. You want enlightenment plus levitation. Enlightenment is rarer, though, so it would be better to get enlightenment. But that's still good. Tinning kit is cool. I don't know if I want to lug it around. You can make tins out of the corpses of the things you kill. Oh, 2 scrolls of magic mapping. That's fantastic. Definitely, those are good for some of the later levels. Oh, another one here, too. Some tins. Yeah, I got to identify a bunch of this stuff. All right, let's pick up things and identify them. The tins. Pick up these scrolls. I'm probably going to keep all those scrolls. Potion of levitation. I'm going to keep a saddle. Is cool in theory, but I don't want it. Tinning kit. I feel like those are heavy. I don't know. Do I want that? Could turn out to be nice. The weight is 100. What's the deal with nurse corpses? It's so bizarre, this game, when it comes to corpses. But I think nurse corpses are something good to have, right? Yeah, eating the corpse of a nurse. I say these things that I feel like, what am I playing here? Anyway, let's keep going. Will restore you to full health and grant poison resistance if you lack it at that point, making them a popular choice for tinning. Okay. I'll tentatively pick it up. Pick it up for now, but maybe a bit later. Hooded cloak, can that possibly be magical? Let me identify it. It's just dwarvish. Okay, dump that. Nobody likes dwarves. Actually, the elven cloak counted as magic. Does a dwarven cloak? I feel like probably not. It is... Well, it provides magic cancellation 1, but I don't think it's magical. Hawaiian shirt, baby. Let's identify the tins. Maybe they are nurse meat. Tins of spinach. That would be fantastic if I didn't have maxed out strength. Those are very coveted when you're not maxed out in strength. Tins of human meat. That's disturbing. Can't they at least be be nurse meat? Nurses are not human, I guess. I think they do count as human. Disclaimer, they are human. I mean, this spinach is nice and filling too. Not sure if I want to keep them. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I have some scrolls of magic mapping. Those are good. Not sure about these remove curses. I'm kind of on the fence about keeping those. Good to have one or two, but I think I already have one or two. Blessed Potion of Lev. Chinning kit with 66 charges. Jeez. Popeye would be happy with tins of spinach to beat on him. Yeah, totally. All right. So now I have to figure out... Or I guess I'll drop create monster. I don't care about that. It's fine. I don't remember picking that up. Now I'm having this paranoia that I somehow blasted myself. Nah. With the polymorph. Nah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I'll drop create monster. I don't want that one. What have we here? All right, pretty much junk. Can you identify eggs? I think you can. See what they're in. What's in them, I mean. Just regular egg. Okay. Nothing special here. These ones didn't even convert. All right. Seems worth trying again. Again, I want to look up the spellbook thing though. Potion of levitation. They have hatch pets. Yeah, that's true. You can hatch pets with the eggs. Yeah. What did it say about blank spellbooks up there? That's right. I polypiled. What was it? 2 unicorn horns. And is a tinning kit one of those magic tools? Let me check that out. No, it's not magical. So what did those turn into? It's possible they got zapped, right? Where did I put them? I don't remember which square. Like something definitely shuttered it. I got the message for that. I guess they can turn into non-magical too, right? Yeah, that's probably all it was. Maybe one of them turned into this saddle here or something. Again, if we look at that chart, yeah, human meat is growth. That's right, Stu. But I'm an elf, and I can actually eat them as an elf. It would not be considered cannibalism. Because yes, it's a very sick game, this NETHACK. So yeah, I think this is what happened with the unicorn horn. 60% chance of going from magical to non-magical, unfortunately. Yeah. Interesting. What is this with... Should I be dropping my potions of water? It looks like the 41% chance they turn magical. That's what I'm like reading between the lines here. I think that's what it means right there. Oh, fruit juice is also non-magical. Okay. Okay, it's kind of overwhelming trying to strategize this. But hey, I got my Hawaiian shirt. Shall we put it on? I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna close the door in case I'm caught with my pants down. I'm gonna lock the door and put on the towel real quick just to make sure nothing horrible is nearby. I could also do elbow breath, but it looks like I'm fine. All right, so first we take off the cloak of protection and the gray dragon scale mail of +5 gray dragon, silver dragon scale mail, just to put on this lovely Hawaiian shirt. I do need to work out more enchantments for sure. For now, though, it's okay. Yeah, 3 scrolls and matching. That can be good to have. Yeah. Oh, did one of the papers did turn into something magic, didn't it? So I'm trying to think, should I zap the... I guess I should zap the Spellbook of Levitation again, because I already have one, and it's... To me, it's not even a highly coveted spell. I mean, I'm probably going to not level up in Escape very much, and... long story short, I'm gonna zap it again. And I'm gonna add some stuff to the piles. Potion of Hallucination, I'll zap that again. Water walking boots, sure. What else do I want to drop here? I guess the crappy food I was gonna do. I'll put it like over here. Okay. What else? Go ahead. What else? I used to go to this deli in the city. First time I started working in New York City, and he would ask for a thing, and he was the guy behind the counter would say, "Go ahead, what else?" I'd be like, "That's it." Go ahead, what else? I'd be like, "Can I get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a tea?" Go ahead, what else? That's it. Anyway, Blessed Potion of Levitation. Yeah, I'll hold on to that. I am burdened now, so I have this famous old problem of what to do with, you know, what to put into my bag of holding and whatnot. I think I'm gonna drop, let's say, one of these remove curses. You usually don't need a whole stack of those. I'll put the other in my bag. And I think I am gonna drop a few scrolls of paper. Fortunately, 5 of them are cursed. It's like how many blessed versus uncursed, whatever do I want to do? I mean, you can always blank out stuff. I always got to keep that in mind. So I can always make more paper. I'm tempted to say just dump all the blank paper, then see what I can make from them. I'm also weighing in my mind, when I'm in Gehenna, how easily can I find water to blank it? Can you just dip a scroll into ordinary water and it'll blank them? Like a potion of water that's not holy water? Will that work? Or will it... That'll consume the water, though, won't it? All right, I'm gonna just go for it now. I'm gonna dump... Let's say I'll keep one of each type. Blessed, uncursed, and cursed. Yeah, Gehenna is like the whole... basically, beneath this castle, there's a whole slew of Gehenna levels, which are the prelude to the end game, pretty much. But there's a lot of them, though. So I'm basically right above that. The first level of Gehenna is called the Valley of the Dead. So when I go through one of these trapdoors, I'm going to be in that. Anyway, let's do one blessed. All of slot B. Oops, I screwed up. Gonna be a lot of cursed paper. I'm not sure how good that's going to turn out for me. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. You know, I could, if this cursed stuff turns into something good, I could always use a holy water to make it uncursed. Is it worth using holy water in advance just so they don't have a good percentage, good probability of disintegrating or whatever, shuddering? I don't know. It's so complex that I like, sometimes you just got to go for it and do stuff, I feel like. Anonymous says, I bless. Would you use 1 or 2? Would you like make them blessed or just make them not cursed? I don't have a ton of holy water. I guess I can make more, but I got 6 holy water. Well, I could, maybe it's worth blessing because I could make, I make these go from cursed to blessed, and then I'll have 10 uncursed, and then I can dip them all 10 at once and make them all blessed. So it would take 2 holy water, but that's a lot of blessed blank paper. A lot of blessed blank paper. Yeah, let's go for that. I'll do that. I always got to remember, I can always make more of these things, right? All right, so we're going to dip cursed scrolls into holy water. What are you saying, Bananimous? Dipping uncursed potions of water into holy water will convert the dipped potions into holy water. Wait, what? Oh, you can. But that consumes the holy water, right? But I guess if you have a large stack of regular water, it's like you have 10 regular water, you can dip it into 1 holy water. And then you have you consume that 1 holy water, but then you have 9, or you have 10 holy water. And basically, I think I get what you're saying. You can make more holy water, make more paper. Sure. All right, let's just do this. Oh, you think I should make more paper now? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to get into. I just got to do something. There's. Oh, is there junk I could turn to paper? Maybe there's some junk I just want to turn to paper. Well, I guess I kind of dumped all my junk pretty much. I'm just gonna dip what I got. So first we're dipping the cursed scrolls into 1 holy water. And now I have to get them to combine slots. They're in separate slots. I think if I drop them and pick them up, that'll work. There might be a better way to do that. Here we go. Dip the 10 blank paper. It's a crazy game, isn't it? Into the holy water. All right. So now I got 10 blessed scrolls of blank paper. 11 of them, actually, because they're in different slots. I could definitely put more in the second space here. I'm being a little crazy. They say not to put more than 4 of one thing, one stackable thing in a square, though. So I'll drop 4 of N here, have 4 of N here, drop N and Y here. Okay. Wow, this is crazy. What else is there to do? Should I just go for it at this point? Let's put the amethyst in my bag of holding. It's not really not really critical to the polypiling, but I'm going to do that before I forget. Put the tinning kit into it. Okay, I'm unencumbered now. Nice. All right. Yeah, I guess let's just do it. Well, let me verify there's nothing else I want to pick up before I just do it. Yeah, I want that on the ground, let's say. Ground. Should I take the junky armor out of this just to remove bad odds of golem and stuff? Because there's no armor that's right. I already went down this mental. Sorry, I repeat things in my mind. This is the point when I'm tired. And I do this even when I'm not tired. But the idea is, even though this is junky armor, each one has a 0.6% chance of turning into magic armor. So it's like you might as well leave the piles of junky armor there. Okay, let's review the second square. I'm just making sure I don't want to pick up anything that's here. I want to polypile it all. Sure, let's go with that. Same here. Human meat. A rock saddle. Junky. Does an elven shield do me any good? Would that affect my spellcasting any more or less than my small shield? No, I'm giving up food rations to be anonymous in favor of K rations because they're pretty much just better than K rations. I already gradually emptied my inventory. They weigh 20, whereas the K rations, actually, I think in terms of weight, I think they're about a wash. Yeah, they weigh 10, but the food rations provide twice as much nutrition. However, you can eat the K rations so much faster. All right, so yeah, let me look up Elven Shield because I'm thinking it might be worth trading my small shield for that, but I have to see how it works. It's made of wood. You can enchant it higher because it's Elven, which is cool. It's considered bulky, and wearing one has the same penalty to spellcasting as all shield except the small shield. All right, so the small shield is better for spellcasting. Stu says, congratulations, the Wizard of Yendor has taken his own life out of boredom. Okay. Should I just go rush into the Valley of Dead and start hacking up the undead? And Stu, sorry, Bananimous says, subject to burning, more common than rusting. Is it? Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, I think the spellcasting makes it a no-brainer. I get you, Stu. It's fun to make fun of it. I mean, it's fine to make fun of it. Fun of the slow and steady pace here. I can appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with the Elven Shield. It's kind of unfortunate. It feels like it should be something spellcasty, if anything is. The Elvens will make it in just the right way, and it doesn't affect your spellcasting as much or something. Or at least there shouldn't be an alternate shield that's better than that, it feels like. But whatever. It's all good. What are these high boots? Are those, I always forget some of these boots. I forget if they can be magic or not. I don't think these high boots can be. Yeah, why did I bother? Meatball. Let's move some of this stuff up. There's so little stuff on some of these squares. Drop you, drop you, drop you, drop you. Is that it? Move the dented pot up a little bit, because why not? All right. Door's locked. That's right. I was paranoid about my t-shirt. Did I put everything back on? I did. My changing maneuver. You don't want to get caught with your pants down, like pretty much literally. What is the number for? Did I check that out earlier? Oh, what is this thing? Trapper. They like devour you or something. I think they can instantly eat things. Engulfing digest. The Wizard of Yendor may create a clone of himself in the guise of a trapper. Do not let any of your pets near one. Digestion attacks will always instantly kill pets that are small enough. Oof. Okay, I think I'll be fine. It's mindless in Hack'em. Oh. It's funny the changes people make when they make variants of the game. They're like, whoever made Hack'em was like, I don't like that trappers have brains. You should not be able to detect them with telepathy because why would they have a brain? Or maybe he just wanted them to be more sort of insidious, you know, Something like that's supposed to be sneaky. They are, if I recall in the original D&D artwork in like the monster manuals and stuff, they're like these big, almost like a manta ray thing that like folds over you from the ground, or was it from above? Lurker aboves are from the top, and the trappers are from the bottom. Is that it? This is a bad picture. What the heck is that? It looks kind of, I think it's kind of manta ray like. Trapper. It's like a parachute, or it's like a rug. It's the floor. The floor opens up and eats you. I like these old school artworks more than like this one. Anyway. The trapper is a keeper, says Stu. Ha! It looks like more monsters spawned lately. Look at all these orcs up here, for example. All right. All right, so let's remove the blindfold. The towel that acts as a blindfold. I guess I'm just going to do it. Should I get a bit more armor for it? I'm going to get a little bit more armor, just a tiny bit. I'm going to put on the ring of levitation. It is currently on. Floating over the trapdoors. Get out of my way, Naga. Let's go to the floor. Get more junky armor, yeah. Split mails, of course, are going to be very heavy. Maybe I'll get that one last. Dented pot. All right, I'm already at stressed level. Another cloak, boots. All right, can I squeeze in one more? I'm at stress. Let's just go. Put on the levitation. I am levitating currently. I am still levitating. Let's go. All right, let's remove levitation. A trapper is a keeper. That's pretty funny, Stu. Dump more junk. Dump more junk. And try to spread it out a bit. Oops, you just dropped my very valuable armor. My silver dragon scale mount. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think the blast made it to this space before. I'm probably being conservative with the amount of stuff I can pile here. Put a little more here. Okay, I'm unencumbered. That's nice. Let's zap away. Here we go. Why is it so stressful? Polymorph. To the right. Here we do it. You feel shuddering vibrations. Many objects here. Ooh, a ring I don't know. The amulet did not transform. That's a shame. The spellbook turned into light. Well, let's check out the unknown ring. If that's free what's it called? Free movement or whatever it's called. Free action. I'll consider that a huge win. So let's do that. And I forgot to name the spell book by how many reads it has. I guess. Actually, I don't know how many it had. It started as blank, and then I turned it into levitation, which I don't think adds a read, but I think now that it was levitation transforming to something else, that adds a read. And I might have read it once before it turned into blank, because I accidentally blanked it out with water earlier, I think. So it's got at least one read on it, I guess. Maybe more. Let's read let's identify the jade ring. It's slow digestion. That's actually good to have. That's actually mentioned in the Ascension kit. It's not really super essential, but I think it's good, especially if you're fighting and having trouble with famine. Again, one of the 4 horsemen. Actually, they don't mention it on here. Okay. They do mention famine, but they don't say to use slow digestion, I guess. I guess it doesn't matter because famine just subtracts from your nutrition level. It doesn't. So slowing it down isn't really going to help, I guess. All right. Well, it's probably not that useful. Well, I've got it identified now. That's cool. Restful sleep. I mean, at least it's not, restless sleep. It's better to have restful sleep. Potion of levitation again can be useful for alchemy purposes. Ring of increased damage. I'll take that. Polymorph control. I think I already have that, right? Yeah, I do already have that. I should just drop that. Let me just verify quick. Yeah, polymorph control I kept. Let's identify some things. Increased damage +1, meh. And the levitation potion is uncursed. I'll keep that though. Okay, pretty much everything else that happened is junky. Next square, what do we got? 4 scrolls of remove curse. Okay. Another ring of polymorph control. Okay. Oh, that's right. These the paper that I dropped, because it was in stacks of 4, that every group of 4 is going to be its own. It's all going to be transformed into one single thing. It's not going to like split them up. I'm not sure if I wanted that or not, but that's what I did. And Stu says, okay, Mark, I'm going to do a quick stream and go to bed. Good night. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out, Stu, as always. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stream. And I'll see you next time, I'm sure. I'll try to catch one of your streams soon. I definitely enjoy jumping on your streams. I just have trouble finding the time. All right. So anyway, 4 scrolls of remove curse here. Another ring of polymorph control that I don't need. Some more tins that are worth identifying. Excuse me. Ooh. Let's check out what these tins are. So, Banana says, spread the stacks. Scrolls, tins, rations, glass. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Snake meat. Okay, screw that. All right, I got 3 blessed scrolls of blank paper. I guess nothing happened on that one. Crystal plate mail. Okay. A gray stone. That's probably nothing. Probably a flintstone. Pair of high boots. Blah, 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 mostly junk. Well, the gray stone can also be a flintstone, and I'm thinking because it was probably just a non-magical stone. I doubt it turned into a lodestone. Oh yeah, touchstone is not magical though. You're right about that. I think lodestone is magical, but let me verify that. I don't think you can identify it without picking it up, right? There's a way you can check with the lodestone. Lodestone is very heavy. That's its thing. But you can try kicking it. And if it goes far, you know it's not a lodestone, basically. Hey, this is the easiest way to test. You kick it. I wish you could identify stuff on the ground without picking it up. What the heck? Oh, this is a splice hack special thing. All right. Yeah, I'll try kicking it. I think I need to clear the space, though, unfortunately, to kick it. Like, I can't choose which object. I guess you kick whatever's on top. So I'd have to clear whatever's on top. All right, so this didn't look too fantastic of a... Oh, look, another Hawaiian shirt. Scrolls of food detection, man. I mean, I don't need a backup Hawaiian shirt, but that's fun. Scroll of light, man. All right. What about this space? Got some Lembas wafers. Are they... I mean, I feel like thematically those should be quite efficient foods, but I don't know if they really are better than the K rations. Well, actually, in terms of nutrition value, ratio of nutrition to weight, they're actually quite good. And also you get extra nutrition as an elf, which I am. They do take 2 turns to eat, which is less good than the K ration in that respect. But that's good. Maybe I should hoard some Lembas. I might even want to like dump some other junky food. Anyway, cram rations are probably not great. All right, so where am I with this? This whole stream is basically polypiling. Yeah, I guess I'll try kicking the gray stone. So I have to move the crystal plate mail and all this stuff. Is that how it works? Let me just verify how kicking works. I think it'll kick whatever's on top of the stack. Kick. Monks and samurai get a bonus to kicking because of their martial arts training. You cannot kick if you're polymorphed into a reptile. Monster that is tiny or lacks. I'm just kind of puzzled by why they singled out reptiles as being unable to kick. Not that it's important. It's so interesting how they have this phrase that the NetHack community has this phrase they say, which is the dev team has thought of everything. All right, so how do we see? Okay, if there's a pile of objects, only the top object in the pile is kicked. So there we go. And I think it would do this if it's the lodestone, because it's a heavy object. It'll just say thump, I think. Let me just check here. Cannot be kicked under normal circumstances. All right, so that's the way we check. I'm not sure if I even care that much if it is a touchstone, but let's just do it for the heck of it. I gotta pick up what's on top. It's kind of weird because when I hit comma to pick things up, it rearranges the order. So how do I do this effectively? My mind's turning into jello here. I guess crystal plate mail, crude ring mail, scale mail. There's unfortunately many crude ring mails though. It's just a user interface problem. Perhaps a user problem, i.e. me. I don't know how to do this. Let's just go. I'm going to pick up all the crude ring mail. So crystal plate mail, crude ring mail. I got to drop them elsewhere. Ugh. I'm strained. Let's drop them or something kills me. Then I have to move them back too, which is annoying. Scale, leather, helmet, chain. Again, there's multiple of some of these. Scale, leather, helmet, and chain. All right. Sure. I'll put them all here. Okay, back to here. Paper, pancakes, dwarvish cloak, white glass. Paper, pancakes, dwarvish cloak, white glass. Dump it all over here. So, do I want to dump the paper? Let's just do it. White glass, right? All right, now the gray stone is on top. You can even see it here, so I should be able to kick it and determine what it is. Here we go. Okay, it went flying. It is not a lodestone. Therefore, I can pick it up and identify it. It's a flintstone. Okay, all that for a flintstone. Yeah, you use those with slings. I don't use a sling though. So if you're a caveman, you start with Flintstones because that's funny. Yeah, so I guess I'll spread out the scrolls as Anonymous was suggesting. That way, I would love to get like multiple rolls of the dice to get something really good like genocide or charging. On the other hand, if I got a stack of like 4 charging, that would be really awesome. But let's not play it like that, I guess. So I don't want these extra. Let's put 1 blank paper here, 1 blank paper there, blank paper. Sorry, did I drop all the? Here we go. The end. But what else? There were 4 scrolls to remove curse. I'll spread those around too. Drop 1J, drop 1J, drop 1J. Put 1 here, I guess. I want to lug all this armor and stuff back over. Let's do it. I'm overtaxed. Not good. Not good. Food ring mail. Sure, you guys can go here. There's a crystal plate mail. How much we got in this space? All right. You could probably spend hours and hours doing this. I mean, I've already kind of have. I've been streaming now for 3.5 hours. All I've really been doing is like I spent like maybe 20 minutes talking at the beginning and clearing out the castle, mostly clearing out the castle, exploring all of it, I guess I should say. And then yeah, I've pretty much just been polypiling since then. Drop some pancakes here. Pancake. Didn't I have like 2 stacks? I had a stack of 4 scrolls, another stack of 4, and a stack of 3. And I feel like I lost one of those stacks. Stacks of 4. Unless I don't remember where I put it or something. Basically, I guess I want to see if there's still a stack of 4 on the ground somewhere. 3 scrolls. I guess it was maybe 3 scrolls of food detection. Those aren't very valuable. And light. And I guess I already have the remove curse there intentionally. Yeah, this first stack still isn't really that huge. I shouldn't be afraid to put stuff there. We'll drop 1 food detection here. Drop the light and another food detection here. Drop another food detection here. All right, maybe I should just go for it again. Part of me wants to take the extra Hawaiian shirt for the fun of it. I think I can consolidate into the 4th square. Don't want the tribe rations. Right, wasn't I gonna name the spell book something that has at least 1 read, I guess? Yeah, let's do that. Spellbook of Light. I already have Spellbook of Light, and it's not a great spell anymore. I mean, actually, it is pretty good when you can cast it a lot in a dark area, and you don't have like a lamp. I have found it is useful sometimes. All right, so we're gonna name this. I'm not sure exactly. I'm gonna say at least 1 read. I think that's correct to say. All right. Guess we'll just do it now. Let me just review these stacks one more time. Use scroll of food detection. Polymorph control, restful sleep, junk, a rock, blah blah blah. Potion of hallucination. Four tins of snake meat. Is it worth spreading those around? I don't think I care enough. Another polymorph control. All right, more garbage armor. Food detection. Blood scroll of plant paper. Yep. And last stack. Whole bunch of tripe rations. Should I separate that just so I don't have a stack of 5? I don't know if I care enough, but I'll do it. Drop the tripe ration back over here again to review. I would really love to get that amulet into something good. All right, let's go again. Here we go. We're zapping polymorph. I have some garbage glass. Let me just dump that here too. All right. Zapping. Capital X to the right. You feel shuddering vibrations. Scroll of amnesia. Amberstone. Spellbook of blank paper. It became blank. Scroll of remove curse. Scare monster. Oh, 2 rings I haven't identified. That's good. Maybe one of them is free action. I've identified so many at this point. Amulet of change. Okay, so the amulet transformed, but that just turns you from male to female or vice versa. Another Hawaiian shirt for what it's worth. Potion of gain energy. That is useful for the alchemy purposes. That can turn into a... yeah, you can combine that with confusion to hopefully get enlightenment. Unfortunately, not a great chance, but it's the best you can get. So I already have a confusion, so yeah, I'll mix those two together. And if I do get enlightenment, I can mix one of my levitation with enlightenment to have a 60% chance of gain level. So basically, it's not great odds overall, 30% and 60%, which if you remember your probability from school, that would be basically 0.3 times 0.6 is the overall probability, which is only 18%. But worth a try. So let's pick up what I want. Too bad the amulet didn't turn to something better. Oh well. Scroll of amnesia is also garbage, and I don't think I want remove curse. Do I need another scare monster? How many do I have? I got 3. You could argue it's nice to have more, but I think I'm just gonna not take that. Let's check these rings. Definitely, I'll take the amber stone. See invisible. That's a big man to me. I already have that naturally. Cold resistance. I was getting so excited about having unidentified rings that maybe I'd get free action. Cold resistance I also have intrinsically. So I'll drop that. But you know what? Getting the identified is pretty good in and of itself. And yeah, I'm going to do some alchemy in a bit. I mean, this isn't really going fantastically, but it's fun, and I'm getting little bits here and there, I feel like. Gold detection. All right. Gold detection is good for detecting those portals in like the end game I think we were just looking at, right? Yeah, gold detection's good to have. I'm gonna snatch that up, I think. Reading it while confused will help you figure out like where the vibrating square is at the end of the game. And there's some other good uses. All right. See, I'm gonna snatch that up then. Identify scroll I don't care about anymore. Oil lamp is cool. Sorry, I'm just gonna check my messages real quick here. Got some messages. Nothing important. Stu is streaming, by the way, a game called Reality on the Norm. And I missed it was like a colon and like a subtitle, but I missed that. Reality on the Norm, the Soviet Union strikes again from 2001. Huh, interesting. Sounds like a Cold War game, but it's from 2001. Look, a black onyx ring, an unidentified ring. So I'm going to take the gold detection, probably leave the other scrolls. Take the black onyx ring, the oil lamp. Let's identify this ring. Come on, no whammies. Free action, yeah. All right, don't have to spend a wish on that. All right, sweet. So the Hawaiian shirt and the free action were what it was all about here, I feel like. Yeah, nice. All right, that feels good. Yeah. Why is this game so satisfying? I don't know why. I mean, I feel like this game doesn't baby you, but it gives you opportunities to put together good plays, and when they pan out, it's really satisfying. When I say it doesn't baby you, I mean it's like, I don't know. You have to really work to make the good things happen. So you have to like work. I don't know. It's strange. It's such a strange game because it's like, I feel like something I say about this game is I don't recommend it to people. Like, if someone says, I want to play a roguelike, what should I play? Well, there's NetHack, but then you have to figure this out. Anyway, it depends on the player, like what kind of person they are. All right, so enough pontificating about silly stuff. Yeah, that's true. Be anonymous. Problem solving is really fun in this game. Yeah. Right, so we don't have to spend a wish of the free action. So, going into the stream, I was thinking I have 5 potential wishes because of my wand of wishing with 1 charge. You can get 5 out of it, ultimately. I was thinking gloves of dexterity, free action, probably a magic marker. Don't know what else. But free action, I don't have to spend a wish on it now. But if I can get the gloves of dexterity too, then let's not get crazy, but that would be really cool. Charging and marker. Yeah, I could get some 2 leg blessed scrolls of charging, whatever, too. That would be good. Oh, enchant armor's great. I was just saying, taming is great. I was just saying how I don't really have enough enchantments happening. I'll take these for sure. I don't need another tinning kit though. But slippery cloak. Let's check out what that even is. Just for the. Oh, it's probably oil skin, right? Yeah, that's potentially an ascension kit item. I guess it depends on what your choice of cloak is. I don't think I really want it though, ultimately. Oil skin cloak. It renders you immune to drowning attacks on plane of water. I mean, I genocided all the sea monsters, so that's not really an issue for me. So I'll probably just drop that. But that's is that magical? I guess probably not. Yeah, it's not magical. All right, I'll drop it. What else we got here? Just junk. Yeah, I'm gonna check the blessed status of the armor. I think it should be blessed because I dropped the blessed scroll. Is that how it works? Yeah, that's great. I mean, they're not super rare, but so far this game, the enchantments have been pretty rare for me for whatever reason. Just RNG reason, I guess. Blessed scroll of taming, that can be good. Get some pretty powerful pets that way. All right. Do I want to just enchant stuff now? Yeah, you always have to consider what are your forever items, so to speak. Helm of Brilliance is a forever item of mine, so I might enchant that. So you have to get into what's the optimal way to play it. You want to get to, I think... Yeah, I'm not in the greatest place to use a blessed one. You want to get to +3. And then from there, use a blessed enchantment. You'll get 50-50 chance of taking it to +4 or +5. It's not safe to enchant going from +4 or higher. So basically, this is not the right fit for the Helm of Brilliance at this moment. But I could use it on something else. I could just plop it on the Hawaiian shirt. Or I could save it for when I get an uncursed enchant armor, then do 1, 2. Let me just verify that I have the math right there. I'm pretty sure I do. I think basically +4 is we're in the danger zone, so yeah. So you want to, yeah, you want to get it to +3 and then do a blessed enchant at +3. So if I basically if I did enchant armor right now, blessed enchant, it would either take it to either +3 or +4. And if +4, that's not great. But if +3, then I could do a blessed one after that. Anyway, I don't have to use it now, but let me do a couple of things. I'm gonna do the alchemy and also try to use this. You know, because when I'm burdened, I feel like I should use things. I still have yet to check this square, right? I don't think this one. Well, I don't know if this one didn't get affected or if it's just junk. Not sure which. Doesn't really make a difference, I guess. All right. So yeah, let's do a little alchemy. Take out a confusion, and then I'm gonna mix it. Sorry, what was it? Confusion and gain energy. Is that what I want to do? Might have that wrong. Looks like it's confusion and gain energy, which will most likely only get me booze, but hopefully I could get enchantment if I'm lucky. Right, so confusion and gain energy, I have both those on my person at the moment. Let's do it. We're going to dip confusion into gain energy. Up. It exploded. I got the 1 in 10 chance of explosion. Okay. Unicorn horn to get out of dizziness. Okay, very good. All right, so I wasted 2 potions. Oh well. But you gotta do that. You know, some of this game is a numbers game. Like polypiling is a great example of that. You just through sheer numbers, you try to work through these poor probabilities. It's like imagine you had a whole lot of dice to roll, and only the very good rolls count. Okay. Yeah, free action. So happy to get that. What else can I use here? I want to not be burdened. Guess gold detection can go in my bag of holding. So can taming. Yeah, I guess I'll use the enchant armor. I mean, it would be good to work on the Helm of Brilliance sooner than later because I get intelligence for each plus. So maybe I might actually have a cursed enchant armor. I can make that uncursed. Yeah, I do. It's letter F right here. Maybe I'll use 1 holy water and make that uncursed, and then I can do the optimal enchantments that are possible on my Helm of Brilliance, which again would be 1 uncursed followed by a blessed. Yeah, let's get it out of the way and do it. So take out. I need 1 holy water, which again I'm getting low on. That's okay. We'll figure that out. Benonymous said I can take a whole bunch of water and dip it into 1 holy water. So I'm going to look into that at some point. But for now, let's just focus on... yeah, I'm at the point of the evening where I'm losing coherence a little bit. So I'll probably have to wrap this up soon. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm dipping the cursed enchant armor into the holy water. So that is F. Okay. Dip lowercase d into lowercase b. Lowercase d into lowercase b. All right. So we got uncursed. Yeah, let's just do it. We got to take off everything else, though. And to be slightly careful, I will lock the door. You could argue Alvarez is smart to do, but I'm not smart. Got my crappy +0 leather gloves still. Take off cloak of protection. Take off the small shield. Take off the silver dragon scale mail. Take off Weird Al's Hawaiian shirt. All right, all we have on is the Helm of Brilliance. Now we're going to maximize enchantments as best as we can. Read D. Glow silver for a moment. And I don't know if you guys saw my intelligence go up, but it was at 22 before. Now it's at 23. And now we will read the enchant armor that's blessed. If I'm lucky, I'll get +2, taking the Helm of Brilliance to +5, and my intelligence to the maximum allowed in the game, which is 25. If I only get one plus, then oh well, I'll have to deal with intelligence 24. All right, so let's just do it. For a while. For a while means +2. It's losing its integrity at this point. It vibrates unexpectedly, but I'm not going to touch it with enchantments anymore. Now we have the maximum intelligence at 25. And plus it's extra armor class. So look at that. +5 Helm of Brilliance. Beautiful. +5 Helm of Brilliance. You can see the armor class is even -4 without anything on but the Helm of Brilliance. All right, let's put on everything else. That's true. I already used the cursed enchant armor, but Benonimus pointed out that if you do get the +4 when you're going for that 50-50 coin flip, you can actually bring it down again with a cursed enchant armor so that you can get another chance at that coin flip to get +2 instead of the +1. But fortunately, I didn't need to do that anyway. Hawaiian shirt, gray dragon scale mail, cloak of protection. Look at that armor class go boom, boom, boom with each one, with each wear command. Okay, that's cool. -26 again. All right. Is it just bedtime now? It might have to be. One more round of polypiling, perhaps. I'm still burdened, which I don't like. Let's put the oil lamp in the bag of holding. Now I'm unencumbered. I mean, at some point I'll need to walk around with a bag with a lamp lit, so I'll have to consider that as far as burden goes. Anyway, the amber stone I'll put in. I can unlock this door again. Excuse me. Yeah. Scroll the amulet of chain. Yeah, I guess I can just zap this again. Is there any other junk I might want to get rid of? Funny thing is, I feel like I'm not going to junk this for sure, but I feel like I don't need genocide as much anymore because I already genocide all of the mind flayers, all of the sea monsters, and all of the liches. Ooh, that's so good. But yeah, I can probably use it. I might want to go for a curse scroll of genocide. If I curse it, I could do something like summon a whole bunch of wraiths. And as long as I can handle them being surrounded by wraith, I probably can figure it out one way or another. Each one has a 50-50 chance of dropping a corpse, which gives me an automatic level. So that's one way to do it. You just got to be careful you don't let yourself get overwhelmed and they actually drain your level. But, in the combat, that would be terrible. I'd probably want to be ready with like a scroll of teleport. So they summon around me. I teleport away just so they're not all around me. And then I can deal with them accordingly. Actually, I don't even need a scroll of teleport. I can teleport on demand. But that costs a lot of power. Anyway, with that in mind, do I really need this many teleport scrolls if I can teleport on demand? Something to consider. Ring of conflict also helps when surrounded to be anonymous. Definitely true. Yeah. The wraiths would be attacking each other. Right. So yeah. So I am, again, just very tired in real life. So the wheels in my brain are churning slowly. I think I can pull off one more attempt at this polypiling madness. However, I mean, most of this is kind of junk. The rotted what was this? That I was a rotted elven cloak that I guess just turned into ordinary boots, unfortunately. But that's all right. Should I just zap it again? I think I am going to sweeten the pot and drop a couple more scrolls. I definitely consider teleportation very valuable. I'll probably keep a couple of them. The curse scrolls, I feel like there's a special purpose to the curse scrolls, but I can't remember what. Is it like level teleport if they're cursed? I think that might be what it is. which that could definitely be valuable. Yeah, it's a level teleport. So if you have teleport control with level teleport, do you choose which level? I think that might be the case, but that seems overpowered. It's incredibly useful with teleport control. Yeah, I guess you can do that. Felt like you could. What do you just type the level? What I'm wondering is why would you not want to do that if you're like fleeing from the Wizard of Yendor and you're trying to get out of the dungeon? Can't you just read that and go to level 1? Seems like a cheat code. Cannot teleport from above the Valley of the Dead to below it. You'll end up in the valley instead. You can level port, they call it, from below the valley to above it and may level port into the valley from any level or to any level from the valley. All right. I'll have to look into these nuances later. It's a little much for me right now. Oh, you cannot level port while carrying the real amulet of Yendor. Okay, I thought there was something special about that. Though you may still quaff cursed potions of gain level, which make you go up 1 in the dungeon level. All right, yeah, maybe I'll sweeten the deal here with a couple more scrolls. But which one? I definitely don't want to drop charging. Most of these I feel like I have uses for, but I think I will drop a couple teleports. I have 1 blessed on my person, right? So maybe I'll drop 1 blessed. And 2 uncursed and 2 cursed, perhaps. Just remembering I can do it naturally at the cost of like 30 power. It's still good to have the scrolls, but I don't need an enormous stockpile, I feel like. Maybe I'll spread them out a little bit. Yeah. I didn't drop them yet. Okay. All right. Let me take out 1 scroll just to have on my person before I forget, because I like to have 1 on my person at all times. Yeah, I guess let's zap away again. Oh, what about that spell book that became blank paper? What do I do about that? I guess it said you can just zap it again and it might turn into something. It said the wiki said there's a 75% chance it'll turn into a real spell book again, I think. And I guess that resets all the reads, the read tally, I think, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I guess we'll just try it. So this is the 4th zappy of the polymorph. Sorry, I know this is not exciting to look at, but I just want to review all the stacks again to make sure I didn't miss anything I really want. It's real quick. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay. All right, we're doing it. More polymorph to the right. Feel shuddering vibrations. What's here? A topaz ring. That's promising. Well, I mean, I already have the ring I've been really looking for, but please tell me I put that on my person, by the way. Yeah, I did. Okay. A new spellbook, bronze. Cool. Scroll of punishment. The amulet turned into strangulation. I can't get life saving. That might be something I wish for, by the way, if I can't get it from here. The amulet of life saving could be great to have. Let's see what else we got. Curse, scroll of teleporting, scroll of light, scroll of stinking cloud, scroll of identify. Okay. Tin opener. some tins to identify and then probably throw away. I don't know. Let's check it out. Trapper meat. Bizarre. Oilskin cloak. Let's check out the ring. The spell book for sure. Create monster spell. Oh, okay. That could be good for, you know, corpse farming at an altar, but I don't really feel like I'm wrapping up with needing to do that in life or in the game. Ring of Polymorph. Okay. I'm just considering, is that something I might want to do? I think probably not. But I mean, it's cool to have polymorph control and the ability to polymorph. I usually don't play with that because there's just so many options, and you have to worry about. You got to be careful you don't destroy your armor accidentally, and I don't know. But it might be worth playing with. I guess polymorph is just so complex in general that it's like outside my comfort zone. It's like I usually avoid polypiling even. That's why I like read over the wiki so much earlier, just to be careful, or just to understand it even. Anyway, it's cool to have create monster spell, even though I don't see myself using it much. And I have a 0% fail rate, even though I don't really know clerical. Alright, what else do I want to actually grab here? Elven leather helm now. This might be where I call it. I'm like, my brain's barely functioning anymore here. I mean, I can see it might be worth doing more of this. I was considering maybe even going to previous levels and collecting a whole bunch of junk I had dropped and maybe bringing it down here. There's like definitely a lot of scrolls and all kinds of junk. The junky armor isn't really panning out as turning into anything magical. I mean, I guess that's to be expected with the very low probability. All right. But yeah, I mean, that was good because free action was obtained. Hawaiian shirt was obtained. Very good. A lot of effort to make that happen, but it happened. I still got 3 charges of polymorph on this wand and 7 on another. I believe another 3 on the cursed one. And I always forget if cursed actually does anything to wands. I feel like it doesn't. So essentially, I think I have 13 more charges I could use. Yeah, create monster might be a not the best spell for it. One thing I want to do still, by the way, is I want to try to get what they call crown, so I can get the spell book of Finger of Death rather than having to write it. Anonymous says poly plus poly control can be fun. The cockatrice plus lay eggs for pets. Yeah, the thing is, if you do that, well, you have to be very careful. I think if you throw the eggs, you lose luck because they're your own eggs. But can you like just drop them around and monsters will touch them though? I don't think so. I don't know. It could be fun to play with. I mean, if you use them very sparingly, they could especially be good. Like, you know, you throw in a Demogorgon or something, or there might be, he might be stoning immune. I'm not really sure. While we're at it, though, this is generally considered like the toughest monster in the game. Demogorgon. Perhaps the most difficult monster in the game. Binama says, I wouldn't risk poly self with all your nice gear. Yeah, you'd have to be really careful of how you do it. Make sure you take off your armor, and there's nothing unexpected that could get destroyed. Yeah, so he does he casts spells, he does drain life. Oof. The disease is killer. And you get stunned if the first disease attack is successful. Yeah. And the annoying thing is he gets demon gated in. He gets So you're already dealing with some other horrible demon like Yinogu or Juiblex or Orcus, or you're dealing with the Wizard of Yendor and they summon him. These guys can be terrible too, by the way. And then you have to deal with multiple horrible beasties. There's actually a trick you can use as a chaotic character about these horrible demon types, major demon types. If you are chaotic, which I am, you can sacrifice, what is it? You sacrifice your own race on your altar, and your god summons one of these horrible demons to get you. But if you're lawful or neutral, you have to fight the demon. But if you're chaotic, it's peaceful for some reason. But that takes it out of the game essentially. So you can do that it's sort of a trick as a chaotic character. Anyway, he's a scary guy to fight. If he hits you with the disease attack, you have between 20 and 19 plus constitution turns to live. So since my constitution is 16, I believe it's maxed out, by the way, it would be some random number between 20 and 35 turns to live. However, and it's a pretty comfortable margin as it says here. However, each subsequent disease attack will reduce your remaining turns to live by roughly 2/3. And since he stuns you as well, you could be stunned, unable to move, and then he's hitting you with these multiple disease attacks that sort of stack. And before you know it, you're dead. So, yeah, you need to be able to cure the stunning and the disease very quickly. They actually don't even recommend using a unicorn horn for it because sometimes it takes a few turns. They recommend if you chug a bottle of holy water, it cures that disease instantly. Anyway, we're kind of going in the rabbit holes of the wiki again. But yeah, so that was definitely a fun run. I mean, a fun stream tonight. I've got to figure out how to deal with this burdened and how I'm going to proceed from here with polypiling. Free action Hawaiian shirt, good stuff. Definitely was good. I was definitely planning to use one of my new wishes on free action, so to be able to save on that is fantastic. I don't think I was going to use one on Hawaiian shirt, but it was still fantastic to get one. That was sort of one of my goals in bringing all the junky armor into the piles for sure. Yeah, well, let me call it a stream. Thank you to everyone who watched. It was a pretty busy stream as far as viewership, and pretty good chatting with Benonymous and Stu, and a little bit with Ryan and Eric. So thanks to everybody. Make sure you like and subscribe if you like what I'm doing here. It helps the channel out. And yeah, next week I'm probably going to take a break from NetHack to do my annual Commodore Christmas stream on my old games on a weekday stream. So I will be doing that. And next subsequent NetHack stream might be the week after that, which is something like probably December 30th. But TBD. The exact date is TBD. All right. Well, thanks everybody. So I'll see you next time. Let's save the game. And yeah, take care and keep hacking those nets, everybody. All right. Good night. Bye.